Hello, welcome back to the Perth VGC Twitch stream, YouTube stream, wherever you get your streams, we are here. We are streaming from Barrelhouse Armadale for hopefully the final Reg I tournament of ever.
Well, until next week when the Melbourne Regional Championships happens.
Yeah, but no one's going to watch that.
No, not at all. Not at all. My name's Mark. I'm here. I'm joined with Ethan.
Hello.
You can't see our faces, but you can hear our lovely voices. And to be honest, for a bootleg stream of a Perth Cup, that's pretty good.
And honestly, it's for the best. We're two ugly motherfuckers.
Oh, can we swear on this?
Can we swear on this? Yeah, okay, cool.
Oh, let's fucking go.
That's fucking good. Alright, we're jumping straight into round one at the moment. We are playing Jared Clapham versus Jordan Lamb. They have two very, very interesting teams by the looks. It looks like they're jumping straight in. We've got a sort of semi-room on the side of Jordan. It's a bundle mirror, which is very interesting to see.
I'm loving seeing Iron Bundle pick up, especially after last week at the Los Angeles Regional Championships, where we saw Iron Bundle be able to cheese its way into victory over there on that Miraidon team. It's always kind of been on the cusp in Regulation I, when Miraidon is so prevalent, you know, you get to run Iron Bundle without having to use its item on the booster energy, like
Absolutely.
you would have used it back in Regulation B, Regulation C. Whereas now, you know, you can use something like the much-needed Focus Sash to avoid all the Thunderclaps, the Grassy Glides, and those other issues that you're going to get out of opposing Pokemon, and that allows it to use its very potent utility, that very fast Icy Wind, Freeze Dry, or Ice Beam, coming off a relatively impressive 124 special attack stat.
Absolutely.
Then you've got Encore Disable. It's got quite a wide, you know, usage option, as well as obviously big Hydro Pumps if it wants to go for that. So we are going to see Jordan lead with a Zamazenta and the Iron Bundle, and on Jared's side we are going to see the Iron Bundle and the Miraidon. Jared's Miraidon coming out there, setting up the electric terrain for Jordan's Iron Bundle. Might have been a gambit that Jordan was going for. If so, that absolutely paid off. Being able to get the Quark Drive boost on his own Iron Bundle without having to necessarily send out his own Miraidon. Instead, go for the Zamazenta instead, which has a much better matchup into Jared's Iron Bundle.
Yeah, I would say, and it gives him a reasonable amount of initiative here, depending on the bundle speed tie, of course. Because if he's able to get the Icy Wind off onto the opposing side, then the Zamazenta is very well positioned into the Miraidon and could pick up some very big damage right off the bat.
Yeah, quite possibly. You do still need to remember that is a Miraidon. It's got a lot of special attack. It is boosted by the electric terrain, both by its ability and just the inherent boost that electric terrain provides for electric type moves. So those electric Drifter Volt switches into that Zamazenta if the Zamazenta doesn't Terastallize into the Dragon type. That's still going to be putting out a lot of damage.
Oh, absolutely. It's one of Zamazenta's biggest weaknesses, I think, in the format. So it's an interesting position to begin with. Let's see how they proceed.
Yeah, so we are going to see the Terastallization coming out from Jared's side of the field into that Miraidon.
Terra Electric. He is going for the big hit, Mark.
The electric Terastallization, as he doesn't have the choice specs on that Miraidon, it seems that he's instead opting for that Terastallization in order to boost the damage. There is the Icy Wind coming out from Jordan's side of the field.
It does look like he wins the tie.
Possibly a speed tie, possibly there's something to do with the way that each Iron Bundle is trained. Freeze Dry coming out from Jared's side of the field rather than opting for that speed tie, but he is going to get the freeze. That is very unfortunate.
Right out of the bat.
Zamazenta is frozen solid, is not able to move.
I think he was potentially calling a Grass or a Grass Terror there, or a Dragon Terror. I'm not sure which one he is.
Potentially, or maybe he was
either way, he was just going. Perhaps he was just going for the freeze, you know.
But there is the Electro Drift. Zamazenta is actually going to be able to take that.
That's
off
an
its impressive natural bolt. Also, the fact that Jared has an Assault Vest on the Miraidon, which does tend to mean that the Miraidon is likely to be trained a bit more defensively.
Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't have all 252 EVs in its special attack.
Also, Miraidon very commonly runs either Choice Specs or Life Orb, and so it's missing that crucial damage output.
It is. Even with
Miraidon is perhaps used to.
Even with that electric terrestrialization, it's still not quite going to be enough to smash through that massive Zamazenta.
That's an important calculation for Jordan to keep in mind going into Game 2. I think this freeze is very impactful right now.
Yeah, but very unfortunate. That 10% chance, but you can never rule it out. You've always got to remember, much as Heatwave has a 50% chance of missing. In some players' minds, Freeze Dry can have a 50% chance of freezing, depending on how lucky you are.
Absolutely.
So we are going to see a reversal there. Iron Bundle switching out into that Ursaluna. Iron Bundle switching out on both sides. We are going to see Iron Bundle switch out on Jared's side
Both
as well.
into Ursaluna.
Both into Ursaluna. Clearly 2 players thinking about getting that reposition up. Zamazenta frozen solid once again. Very, very unfortunate there. And there's a parabolic charge, which is going to hit neither of the Ursaluna for any damage. But that is going to, very unfortunately, finish off Jordan Zamazenta. Gone but not forgiven.
Yes, quite. And so Parabolic Charge was an interesting move to go there for, just maximum damage output, potentially a little bit of healing, but Miraidon is still the fastest thing on the field now, even though it's at -2 speed.
-1, I believe.
-1, correct.
Yes. Icy Wind doesn't yet drop speed by 2 stages, although I look forward to the day that it does. Iron Bundle deserves a boost. So there is Jordan's Miraidon coming out into the field. Jordan's Miraidon, unlike Jared's weak dick Assault Vest one, is got a life orb on it.
Which means that it might be able to actually do something.
Yes, exactly. So possibly has the potential to be able to take out an opposing Pokemon in a single hit, rather than having to rely on Freeze Dries and finishing it off with Parabolic Charge. If you can't tell, I'm very bitter about the fact that that Assault Vest Miraidon has caused me many problems over previous games.
So this is an interesting turn here, because I feel like Jordan is in the driver's seat here just a little bit because of the access to protect.
The access to the protect and the speed drop, you've got to remember, the speed drop is still on Jared's side of the field on that Miraidon. These Ursaluna, depending on how they're trained, might quite possibly be speed tying. There is a protect coming out from Jordan's
It makes
Miraidon,
a lot of sense.
as you called out. Jared's Miraidon is going to go for a Draco Meteor into that Ursaluna. Is again not going to be quite enough. The fact that he's got no choice specs and no life orb means it does hit like a wet noodle. But there it is. Jordan's Ursaluna moving first. Big Earthquake that is going to pick up Jared's Miraidon. Going to do a hefty chunk to that Ursaluna on Jared's side. It is going to take it down to below half health once that burn chip goes off. And then we are going to see Jared's Ursaluna go for the headlong rush into that rather savvy protect from Jordan's side of the field. So that is, Jordan is going to even it out now. Both teams are down one of their restricteds. Both teams still have their Ursaluna and their Iron Bundle. Jared with 1 Pokemon in the back yet to be revealed.
Yes, absolutely.
Thanks, Ethan. Good contribution.
Absolutely.
So we'll have to see what he sends out. Jordan in a relatively good position here, depending on what it is that Jared has in the back, which obviously our viewers can see, but our players are within earshot, so I won't say. Depending on what Jared has in the back, that Miraidon may end up being the fastest thing on the field, which would give it a good amount of initiative, potentially with the ability to take out the Ursaluna or whatever else it is.
However, the Iron Bundle could also return from before.
Yeah, Iron Bundle returning does threaten the speed advantage, ticking back
there it
in
is.
Jared's favor.
Jordan's Ursaluna is very much on a timer at this point. I think it's not long for the battle in general, to be honest. Jared could easily go for a double protect here and just even up the player count again.
Look, very possibly, but you've also got to consider the position that if your opponent reads such a play, they could go for a reposition, try to readjust, keep that Ursaluna, because while the Ursaluna is in the back, that burn chip damage is not going off, and the Ursaluna will be able to stick around, maybe just for one final hit later in the game.
A Pokemon at this low HP can be used as a potential sacrifice as a pivot later on in the game.
Yeah, that's also very possible.
The electric terrain is a couple of turns from running out, so Jordan may want to refresh it a couple of turns down the line.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now that Jordan has the only Miraidon, it is very possible that he'd want to preserve that electric terrain so that he alone can take advantage of it with that.
Absolutely.
Warp Drive, or whatever Miraidon's basic Warp Drive is. There's the Volt Switch coming out from Jordan's Miraidon, allowing it to reposition. Hadron Engine is what it's called.
Absolutely, yes.
God, I'm good at this. He does it professionally, folks.
This one doesn't.
We can tell. So there's going to be repositioned there. That does mean that Miraidon is going to be coming back out onto the field this turn, which does mean there will be no resetting of the electric terrain this game. Once it's down, it's gone.
We are finally going to see Jared's last Pokemon as well.
Big headlong rush. That is not going to quite be enough because of the Focus Sash.
Yeah, the Focus Sash was still intact on Jordan's end.
Yeah, so that is going to be that Ursaluna down to -1 in its defenses. Iron Bundle just hanging on, and with Jared's Iron Bundle being down, Jordan's Iron Bundle almost definitely going to be the fastest thing.
And we are seeing the Lunala from Jared's side. Definitely bulky enough to perhaps make it out of this game, but with the Iron Bundle on the other side, I don't think that the Shadow Shield is going to be much of a factor here.
Quite possibly, but if the Lunala is trained with the wide guard, that will allow it to remain safe from an Icy Wind to chip it out, which means that Jordan may potentially need to double up into the Lunala with single target moves, leaving that Ursaluna unchecked to swing with maybe a massive Earthquake or something similar. So there is a Terrestrialization finally coming out from Jordan's side of the field. That is also going to be the Electric Terrestrialization. Just trying to take advantage of that last turn of electric terrain. And the swing with that massive damage. There is the wide guard, as I called out earlier.
So Icy Wind is perhaps not going to be the play from Jordan here. It does look like he goes straight into that wide guard.
Yeah, and there is going to be the wide guard. With the Electric Terrestrialization, we have to assume he's swinging with an electric type move, which means it's likely not targeting the Ursaluna. There is the Electro Drift coming out. Quite an aggressive read from Jordan, which unfortunately did not pay off there. Shadow Shield going to do a lot of heavy lifting for Lunala. It is going to keep it safe from that move that otherwise would have knocked it out. And now Jared's Ursaluna gets the opportunity to swing. Lunala going to be protected by its own wide guard, and here comes the Earthquake, which is almost definitely going to pick up both Pokemon on that side.
Very astute call out for Jared to close out the game.
Yeah, fantastic.
Excellent work.
Quite a risky one, because if Jordan had gone in for an attack into the Ursaluna, perhaps a freeze dry from the Iron Bundle. Super effective hit to pick up that Ursaluna, take it out. Lunala, having clicked wide guard, wouldn't have achieved anything. It means the next turn Jordan would have been able to pick up the game by doubling into that Lunala to finish it off. So it really came down to the read there. Unfortunately, didn't go Jordan's way.
No. We'll have to see how he adjusts going into game 2. Hopefully in this second game he won't quite be subject to the same level of status freezing, all of these things that did happen.
Yes, yeah. Look, the double freeze is very unfortunate. Unfortunately, that is in fact the game we play.
It is,
and that's why we play best of 3. You know, sometimes something happens in a single game, but if you are good enough, you are able to pull it back and win those next 2 to make it through to the next round undefeated at the coveted 1-0 spot at the Armadale Cup.
Yes, absolutely. This is one of the most consequential tournaments of the season.
Absolutely.
It's going to be interesting in this particular context. Jordan made as much headway as he did because he won the speed tie on turn 1 between the 2 Iron Bundles, and that was impactful later on because his Focus Sash was still intact.
That is very true. Although I'm not entirely sure the speed time mattered because it was a freeze dry coming out from Jared's side of the field, which moved next anyway. So had Jared gone for his own freeze dry, his own Icy Wind or a freeze dry into Jordan's Iron Bundle, definitely I think that would have made a difference. Ultimately not mattering, but it is important to keep that in mind. I don't believe we actually saw another speed interaction between the two, so it is very possible that maybe Jared has trained his Iron Bundle, maybe with a little bit of bulk or something similar.
It's not common, but it's possible.
It's very possible, especially in a meta where things like Urshifu exist. You know, some players are training their Pokemon in order to be able to take a Surging Strikes on their Focus Sash Pokemon. It's very common for Chen Pao to train their Pokemon with a little bit of defensive investment.
It does have to be said, though, that this particular Iron Bundle is Terra Grass, so it is always resisting Surging Strikes. Well, that might not be a factor in this particular team.
Maybe Rock Blast or something, I don't know. Look, all I'm saying is we don't know for sure.
We never do.
We never do, especially when Jared Clappin is cooking, because he comes up with some spicy things sometimes. But we are going to see here, we've got Lunala and the Ogerpon Cornerstone against Zamazenta and Iron Bundles. We've got the same lead from Jordan, but
already
adjustment
up to be a
from
very
Jared.
different game.
Very different game. Clearly Jared recognized that had he not picked up that double freeze very early on, that game very much might not have gone his way. So thinking, all right, what am I going to do to adjust, because I can't rely on that happening again. And clearly he's opted for this
much more
slower,
defensive,
more ponderous option, of the... But
know if this is strictly speaking going to go his way, because the Ogerpon is very vulnerable in this turn one.
it is, but if Jared is going for that Trick Room, maybe he's not overly concerned about the Ogerpon. Ogerpon is going to get taken out there, but if Jared does have something slow in the back, that's actually going to allow him to bring it in for free at the start of the next turn.
And in that regard, the -1 to the speed is going to very much work in Jared's favor, so I would very much expect to see the Ursaluna coming out this turn, but we'll see what he goes for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Zamazenta still very, very strong defensively, but, you know, how strong can you really be in the face of a super effective Headlong Rush?
Everyone's a hero.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Exactly. Terrestrialization still available to both players, so potentially that could be the defense option. And so we're going to see the Miraidon come out.
Opting for the Miraidon instead, which is an interesting call-out, because that is going to activate Iron Bundle's booster energy, his Quark Drive, boosting his speed and therefore making him slower on the Trick Room.
Yes, the fastest Pokemon on the field is about to become the fastest Pokemon on the field.
The fact remains, however, that the Zamazenta is slower and therefore faster than the Miraidon on the Trick Room.
Not necessarily, because it is very possible the Zamazenta is training with a lot of speed, and Jared's Miraidon Assault Vest, not a conventional Miraidon. It's very possible that he doesn't have much speed investment.
Reasonable amount of bulk.
Considering that he's brought it in here, I would imagine he's actually aware of this. He's probably aware that his Miraidon doesn't have much speed investment and is likely to be slower than most Zamazenta, the way that they've been trained.
We are placing a lot of stock in our friend's intelligence here, of course.
Well, that's very true. That is very true. You know, never underestimate the stupidity of Perth players. But, you know, it's also very possible that he was willing to be slower in Trick Room than the Zamazenta and just accepting that he would be able to take a hit pretty comfortably. But there's a Wide Guard coming out from Jordan's side of the field. Moonguy's Beam coming out from
Not
Jared's
doing a lot of damage.
It's respectable damage. There's Volt Switch coming out from Jared's Miraidon to bring in the Pokemon that he's got in the back. Not quite picking up the Zamazenta, unfortunately, but I do... Well, we actually don't know if it was faster or not because of Wide Guard obviously being a high priority was ahead of time. There's a Freeze Dry coming out, not going to pick up the Ursaluna, and unfortunately not going to get the Freeze, which would have been very funny.
It would have. But still a reasonable amount of damage out from the Iron Bundle. I don't completely understand the Wide Guard in that particular position. I mean, Parabolic Charge was obviously there to be cleared.
Yeah, I mean, Parabolic Charge definitely has a possibility. Notably, if Jared wanted to pick up the Iron Bundle, he would have had to have doubled it, and a spread move may have been the best way to do that. Potentially, Jordan was thinking that keeping Iron Bundle around for that turn was the best for him in that situation, and Wide Guard was really the only way to do it. It was quite a fortuitous Freeze Dry. Ultimately, the Wide Guard didn't end up mattering, but... There it is again, another Wide Guard, in this case potentially trying to keep himself safer from the Earthquake.
The Earthquake, yes.
But there is just a Facade coming out into the Iron Bundle. It is going to hit that Focus Sash. Lunala not having any spread moves means that it is not going to be bothered by the Wide Guard, and there is going to be the Moonblast doubling into that Iron Bundle. It's going to take it out. Clearly, both players have recognized that Iron Bundle is the key piece of Jordan's side.
Absolutely, the biggest threat on the field.
It's exactly what you need in Trick Room.
Yes.
Is an Iron Bundle on Electric Turret.
If the Zamazenta was inclined to click anything other than Wide Guard, I think it would be a bigger threat. But...
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, clearly, Jared making some excellent reads here into what Jordan was thinking about protecting the Iron Bundle. Now we've got the Ursaluna versus the Ursaluna. Unfortunately for Jordan, the burn has not yet gone off on his Ursaluna, which means his Ursaluna does not have that 50% boost to its damage from the Guts ability. Whereas Jared,
however, I feel like Jared's Ursaluna is low enough in the HP sense to perhaps nullify that particular edge.
Potentially, if Jordan was to go for the Ursaluna, but something like a Headlong Rush into the Lunala with the burn would likely pick it up. Without the burn, quite possibly wouldn't. But we are going to see a Protect come out from Jordan's Ursaluna. Keep it safe until it's got that burn in place. Jared's Ursaluna is instead going to move. We're going to get the Moongust Beam coming out into the Zamazenta. Is going to pick up the knockout,
enough damage to take it, yes.
I also know we've got Jamie Hodge, Prophet Black, in the chat making comments about us. Jamie, I do need you to know that on this stream, we actually don't have the same restrictions that we do in an official stream, such as we would for a regional, which means I can tell you to go fuck yourself.
That's right. Don't let him get to you.
So here's Miraidon coming out from Jordan's side of the field. I haven't been counting. How many turns of Trick Room do we have left?
I have also not been counting. I imagine we're down to the last one or perhaps the penultimate one.
Okay, yeah. I mean, if it's the last one, it will put Jordan in a decent position here. Go for that Protect on the Miraidon, which does have Protect because it is a Life Orb variant rather than choice specs. If there's a couple of turns left, maybe you'd need to go for a double, or maybe you just got to go for a Hail Mary swing.
Yeah.
But yeah, interesting to see. Jordan's now got that full health Ursaluna. It has been burned. If it is speed tying with Jared's Ursaluna, then maybe he'd be able to successfully pick up a good hit before Jared's Ursaluna could even move. Well, there was the Terastallization finally coming out from Jared's side of the field, and it's going to be the Terra
Ghost type. Very, very clever. Calling out
Jared's,
the facade.
I meant that's Jordan's side of the field. Protect. There it is from the Miraidon,
I
and
feel like this is once again going to come down to a speed tie, unless Jordan is clicking the Earthquake here.
yeah,
In
and
which
we'll
case he
see.
might be falling for the White Guard again.
There is the Earthquake, blocked by the White
I
Guard.
don't see this doing enough to pick up Jordan's Ursaluna.
No, probably not, but I mean, I guess we'll have to see.
It's a good, respectable amount of damage
It
though,
is very
and
respectable.
that Earthquake goes right into Lunala's White Guard.
Yes, yeah. So, great play by Jared clicking that wide guard. Could have gone quite differently if Jordan had made that prediction and just swung directly into that Ursaluna. Would have put him in a better spot. But I think that might be bringing us to the end of Trick Room. Oh, we might have one turn left.
Yes, it's worth noting. There we
Last
go.
turn. I'm good at this.
So, something that might become relevant here is the fact that this Lunala is still at -1 speed. I have no idea how that's interacting with Jordan's Ursaluna.
That's like an interesting call out, actually. It's very possible, given that it's bulky and designed to be used in Trick Room, that Jared's Ursaluna doesn't actually have much speed investment, which means that Jordan's Ursaluna might be moving first. Although, given that we saw it moving before Jared's Ursaluna in Trick Room, we can also assume that Jordan's Ursaluna probably doesn't have that much speed investment.
So, I think that there is a world here in which Jared is able to outspeed Jordan's Ursaluna even with the -1, provided it lives this Electro Drift, which is not the case.
Oh, yeah, very clean Electro Drift. That there is the power of Life Orb Miraidon. It's got the
Yes.
terrain boost. And unless they've been speed tying, unfortunately, Jared's Ursaluna is going to be moving next. He's -1. I haven't been paying attention. How was it -1? Oh, yeah. Very nice.
So that was enough. We're going to a game 3, Mark. This is excellent news.
Or is there a Miraidon in the back?
Oh. Have I messed up everything?
Yes, you have. But that's alright, we still love you. So there we are, Jared's Miraidon coming in, resetting that electric terrain. So it'll be interesting to see what Jared goes for here. Still having that Terastallization available to keep itself safe from necessarily being taken out by a single hit knockout from a Draco Meteor from Jordan's side. But also Jared's Miraidon is going to need to take out that Ursaluna, otherwise this is going to be taken out by a Headlong Rusher. And
Yes.
There is a Terastallization coming out
nothing
from
for it now.
Jared's side. And I guess we're just going to have to see what they go for. There's a Draco Meteor coming out from Jordan's side, and that is going to do a respectable amount of damage when you consider there is an Assault Vest there. Not quite enough though. There's a Parabolic Charge coming out with that Terra Electric on the electric terrain. It is likely going to be enough to take out that Ursaluna.
Assault Vest Miraidon might be actually proving its worth here, because now that he's dropped by the now that Jordan's Miraidon is dropped by the Draco Meteor, I don't think it has the damage to pull this out.
No, I don't believe it does. Sometimes all you've got to do is cross your fingers and hope for a critical hit.
Yeah, or a miss, because I think that the Jared's Miraidon has to click Draco Meteor itself here in order to get the damage out that it needs to.
Well, that's very possible, yes. So, we'll see what happens. There is Jordan's Miraidon going for a Draco Meteor. That is not going to be the critical hit, unfortunately. Another special attack drop there. And Jared's Miraidon is going to go for the Draco Meteor. That is going to connect, and that is going to pick up the knockout. So that is going to take Game 2 to Jared.
Absolutely. Wow, what a set.
Yes.
I feel like that game 2 in particular was very, very close. Could
Yeah.
have gone either way at multiple points.
Because the Zamazenta, the white guard's really not paying off, you know. Jordan trying to preempt some spread moves, and they weren't happening, and it just put him in a bit of an unfavorable position. You know,
I think so.
Maybe that game would have gone differently if he had made some more aggressive plays and tried to pick up some additional damage rather than going for the safe plays of the white guard. Obviously, hindsight is 20/20. Every time you're looking at a play, you know, it's very possible that Jared made a different play, and that white guard may have been the best play for the situation. You're really just going to make plays based on what you think will help in the situation, but you can never know for sure until it happens.
That's the soul of this game, Mark.
That's exactly right. Is click moves based on what you think your opponent will play and hope that you don't get frozen.
That's it.
But that takes us to the end of round 1. We are going to take a quick break, and we will be back soon to bring you round 2.
Stay tuned.
Welcome back, trainers. We are here for round 2 at the Armadale Cup here in Perth. We have Jared Clappin back on stream to showcase once again that Assault vs Miraidon, and up against him we have a very strong competitor, a man who has won more games than I have thumbs. We have Aaron Apollos. Ethan, what do you think about this matchup?
I think that we're just going to see Jared do his thing again. It's very interesting to see a Koraidon in the mix here. You don't often see it with the Rillaboom. There's a lot of proto spam here. Chi-Yu is going to basically do a number on this team, I feel. There isn't much in the way of a meaningful fire resist besides that Miraidon. And with the terrain control, I wonder if it's going to have much of an impact here.
I don't know. I would be surprised. Chi-Yu, obviously very strong Pokemon, especially in this regulation. It's also very strong into that Lunala because its dark type moves can hit it for a lot of damage.
Yes.
Both that psychic and ghost typing. What you've also got to consider is the tools that Jared has to answer something like that. There's the Assault Vest on the Miraidon to deal with those Snarls and those Dark Pulses and obviously resist those fire type moves.
The Lunala also does have Wide Guard, which blocks the Heat Wave pretty unequivocally, and
I was getting to that.
Having a fairy type terrestrialization, I want to contribute as well.
Alright, contribute. Go ahead.
So the fairy type terrestrialization means that if it just sits there and clicks Wide Guard, the Chi-Yu may not have much of an impact with that on the field.
Look, potentially, but there's, as someone who plays Chi-Yu, sometimes if your opponent has a Wide Guard, you just kill its friend.
Yes.
Just
as we saw in the last match.
Exactly right, exactly right. So we are going to be getting into a game 1 there. And we've got Perth VGC against Muppet. So we are going to see Jared sending out the Grimmsnarl and the Lunala.
Grimmsnarl and Lunala.
Relatively defensive lead there. Very, very aggressive lead from Aaron in the age-old Flutterfish.
Flutterfish, something that we've been seeing for a long, long time in like all the way through Scarlet and Violet.
Going all the way back to Regulation C, I believe it was. The first time Chi-Yu was legal, we had that Fluttermane and that Chi-Yu next to one another. Lots of speed, lots of special attacking damage. And so I'll have to see whether or not the Grimmsnarl on Jared's side is able to utilize something like a light screen to be able to mitigate the massive damage coming out from these two powerhouses.
I would say that that's its main approach here. We're seeing the Terra Electric Fluttermane from Aaron Apollo, so an absolute mainstay of his in many, many of the tournaments that we've seen him at.
Yeah. Yes.
I think that it's very, very cool to see, and we'll see if he actually clicks it here, but I feel like regardless, Jared's Lunala is sitting pretty here, and he might just be able to click Trick Room right off the bat.
Yeah, look, I mean, going for that terrestrialization would definitely keep it a bit safer. Without the terrestrialization, you might be in trouble against the Dark Type moves coming up from the Chi-Yu. There is a Terra Electric coming out from Fluttermane, as you called out. It will actually keep it safe from a potential Thunder Wave coming out from Jared's Grimmsnarl. So, added benefit to the electric typing there. There is a terrestrialization coming out from Jared.
Yes.
If we had any doubt.
Very, very sensible decision there.
So, there's going to be a terrestrialization, and we'll also boost the damage of a Moonblast coming out. There is the light screen coming out from the Grimmsnarl to keep the team safe from those special attack moves. Precious little damage from that Dark Pulse. And there's the Moonblast coming out into the Grimmsnarl. Thanks to that light screen, it is not going to be enough to pick up the knockout. Moonblast Beam coming out that is going to be targeted into the Fluttermane, which is now no longer taking super effective damage due to it now being an electric type.
Right, but yeah, that was an interesting turn. Not quite as much happened as perhaps I might have feared. A bit of damage was traded, but nothing has gone down as of yet. I still believe that Jared has a little bit of the upper hand here. The Chi-Yu is suddenly a little bit neutered on the field, being scarf locked into that Dark Pulse, which both of the opposing side resist.
Yeah, well, Grimmsnarl extra resisting it with that Dark typing and that Fairy typing. So it'll be interesting to see if Aaron leaves it in. He is actually going to switch it out to bring something in, reposition, reset that Choice Scarf so that when Chi-Yu comes back in, they can pick a new move if needed. There is going to be the Koraidon coming out and all of its shiny glory, looking absolutely fantastic. Setting up the sun for that Fluttermane as well. That is going to boost Fluttermane's speed here.
Speed.
Not overly relevant here because obviously it was moving before the other two. Anyway, Reflect coming out from the Grimmsnarl on Jared's side of the field. Just to get both of those screens up, keep Jared safe from some of that damage. There is a Moonblast, another one into the Grimmsnarl that is going to pick up the knockout there.
Perfect. So we have one knockout on the board right now, and I do have to say that Koraidon switch-in was very, very brave from the two fairy types. It does look like Aaron's gotten away with it though, and Trick Room is still off the field. Jared continuing to just click attacks with his Lunala and pick up damage and knockouts wherever he can get it.
Yeah, so trade there, each player taking out one of their opponent's Pokemon. Jared in a slightly more comfortable position because while each one has taken out the opponent, well, one of the opponent's Pokemon, Jared's side of the field does have those screens up, that light screen and that reflect, which is going to mitigate some of the damage coming out, which is a bit of an issue for an offensive team like the one that Aaron has got. He's got that Koraidon, he's got the Chi-Yu, Pokemon that really want to be hitting very, very hard. And sometimes if they're unable to hit very hard, they're in quite a rough spot because they might get taken out before they can swing again. The whole idea of teams like this is you want to get them before they get you. With the light screen in place, with the reflect in place, that's going to make that a lot harder for Aaron to do. So it'll be interesting to see how he adjusts to that, if he decides he wants to just target one of these Pokemon. If he wants to try to spread the damage out. There's a Protect coming out from the Iron Bundle, keeping it safe from any damage coming out from that Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu going for the Heat Wave, just hit both Pokemon. A bit of a risk with the White Guard on the opposing side.
That's a respectable amount of damage.
Respectable damage with the Sun, and there's the Flare Blitz coming out. Not coming in quite enough. That Reflect absolutely paying dividends on Jared's side of the field. It is going to keep it safe from the Flare Blitz. Lunala returning fire. There's a Moonblast into the Koraidon.
Unequivocally a knockout.
With no damage counts needed there. That is a terrestrialized fairy type on the Lunala. Moonblast hits Miraidon for 4 times effectiveness. Extremely effective, as we called it in Champions.
Yes.
And just in case that wasn't enough, there was also the Beads of Ruin on the field from the Chi-Yu. So I think very unfortunate for the Koraidon. It wasn't long for that world. And now, unfortunately, Chi-Yu is unable to switch out. It is locked into the Heat Wave.
Into the Heat Wave. And that Lunala does still have Wide Guard, so...
So we'll have to see if...
Aaron is very much on the back foot here.
Yes,
we'll have to see how he finds a way out of this.
What Aaron does have is Fake Out.
Yes.
Fake Out will be able to go before that White Guard.
Yes.
So it means
Lunala is terrestrialized into the Fairy type, so it's no longer immune.
Correct. So at least for this turn, Aaron does have an option available to him to prevent that and allow him to swing again. At the moment, with no terrain on the field, that Chi-Yu is actually faster than the Iron Bundle because it does have that Choice Scarf. We are going to see a switch there come out from Jared's side. He is going to bring in the Miraidon.
There is the Assault Vest Miraidon. Under screens, I don't see this taking much damage at all from these attacks.
I wouldn't think so, especially not for the Heat Wave, which is going to be that resisted hit. There's the Electric Seed as well coming out from the Lunala. Increases defense, which could end up mattering, genuinely. Fake Out coming out into the wrong Pokemon, unfortunately. No White Guard, and the Miraidon is going to dodge that Heat Wave. I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure that made a massive difference. I do not think so. Assault vs Miraidon resisting that fire type behind that light screen was really going to be taking that much from a Heat Wave anyway.
Absolutely, but all the same, it was very impactful for the Lunala. Having not clicked White Guard there, it is off the field.
Yes. Unfortunately for Aaron, we are going to be seeing electric terrain for the rest of the game. Aaron having no way to reset that terrain.
Yes.
Rillaboom unable to switch out and back in. It means there is no access to that grassy glide. It means the Iron Bundle will be faster than the Chi-Yu, which is also unfortunate for that Chi-Yu, which might be, looking to move first and take out the Iron Bundle.
The Rillaboom has no access to its priority move in grassy glide anymore.
No, yes, I should have said that.
Which would have been very, very useful for the Iron Bundle here.
Yes, exactly right, exactly. If the grassy terrain was up, I'd say that Aaron would actually be in quite a comfortable position, but given that it is the electric terrain, Jared holds all the cards.
Yes.
And it will be really interesting to see whether or not the Chi-Yu is actually able to do enough, and probably be able to threaten enough damage on the Iron Bundle, but will it be able to threaten enough damage on the Miraidon? I would think probably not.
A critical hit on Rillaboom. I was going to say that did a lot more damage than I was anticipating it would.
Yeah, so there is the Heat Wave. Maybe if it gets a burn on the Iron Bundle, that could be alright to get through that Focus Sash.
Aaron may have targeted it with the Rillaboom. It's what I would have done in this situation.
There's the burn on the Miraidon. Unfortunately, I do not believe that there will be a burn on the Iron Bundle. Electro Drift going into the Chi-Yu there. Clearly just trying to take that out. Less concerned about the Rillaboom, I guess. Rillaboom yet to move, and that Rillaboom is going to go for that high horsepower.
High
Into the
horsepower.
Miraidon. Not going to do enough. That
Not
reflect
even
is
close.
doing so much work on Jared's side of the field, really showing the strength of the Grimmsnarl on that team.
Yes, absolutely. I feel like going into game 2, Aaron is going to want to limit the effectiveness of those screens, and at least try and limit Jared to 1 and hit on the other side if he wants to make any headway against this team, because it feels like the direct approach was not enough.
No, exactly. So, yeah, well, interesting to see if we've got any adjustments here. Quite a tough matchup, honestly, for the young Apollos. Trying to, I guess, figure out how that quite offensive team that he's got is actually going to be able to smash through what is realistically a very, very defensive team that Jared has. On top of those screens, he's got the Assault Vest on the Miraidon. He's got the Electric Seed on the Lunala. Quite a lot of his Pokemon are trained in a very, very bulky way. You know, we saw from a previous round that Miraidon actually doesn't have a lot of speed investment, which means it has invested in his defensive stats. That hit points, defense, special defense. So it is able to take hits pretty comfortably. We saw from that game just gone.
Yeah.
That high horsepower coming out from that Rillaboom, doing less than half to that Miraidon, which is... This is not as much as you'd like from a super effective hit. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. I called out the Fairy Terrestrialization on Jordan's Lunala before being very, very good into the Chi-Yu in particular. But looking over both teams, it seems like it's generally quite a bulky piece into Aaron's team. Like, there is not much that he can do once he clicks that Terrestrialize button.
No, exactly. Given that electric typing can only be hit for super effective damage from a ground type move, and the only ground type move that Aaron has is on that Rillaboom, which it doesn't have access to the same type attack bonus. He really doesn't have that many ways to hit them right on. He's just going to have to take it down with a series of hits. And the question is he going to be able to do that before the rest of Jared's team is able to pull his team apart?
Yes. So, Aaron adjusting here, as I assumed he might. He's brought the Roaring Moon, which is very, very interesting. Access to Taunt. That could be the way that he clamps down on the screens in this game too. We'll see if he decides to take that route.
Yes, exactly. Jared as well with the adjustments, going for the Miraidon right off the bat, as opposed to the Miraidon, the Lunala that he went for last game. There's a Terrestrialization coming out from Aaron's side of the field on the Roaring Moon. With that Fairy typing, it is going to not be taken out by a Draco Meteor, and also potentially avoid a Spirit Break from the opposing Grimmsnarl, which would also threaten massive, massive damage. So defensive option there from Aaron, and then a electric Terrestrialization from the Miraidon, which also potentially a defensive option with maybe some offensive.
I would think so, yes.
Thinking there as well. There's the Breaking Swipe coming out, not doing anything to the Grimmsnarl, and the Icy Wind coming out. So clearly going for some more kind of control-y options, trying to reduce damage output, trying to reduce speed. Breaking Swipe not going to do a whole heap to a...
Ooh, Jared calling out the Terrestrialization on the Roaring Moon there and getting a hefty, hefty hit.
Yeah, that almost picking up the knockout, so I'm not sure if that was intentionally to read the Terrestrialization
or just to pivot out.
Wanted to go for the Volt Switch to pivot and just happened to get lucky with it, but either way, that's what Jared in a decent position.
I did not see the Grimmsnarl clicker either screen here. He may have done.
No, we haven't seen a screen, so it's very possible that there is going to be an attacking move come out from the Grimmsnarl, so we could see...
Jared may well have tried to pin that Terrestrialization, which means that it could still be getting knocked out by a Spirit Break.
Yeah, and there it is, Spirit Break coming out into the Roaring Moon. Roaring Moon not really able to get much off there. Not going for the taunt to block the Grimmsnarl from setting up the screens. Breaking Swipe not hitting the Grimmsnarl, which means it's not reducing its attack stat. Miraidon took a little bit of chip damage, but it really wasn't particularly impressive. So, you know, that Roaring Moon being taken out before is able to really contribute anything to the game.
Aaron's Terrestrialization is now completely gone from the game, so excellent call out from Jared on that game one. He's in the driver's seat, I think, at least in the beginning, because he can still get a screen up here and really take control of the game.
Yeah, for sure. The Iron Bundle here, having its access to its electric terrain, means it is likely going to be faster than the Fluttermane. Iron Bundle, at its base, having 1 point more in its base speed than the Fluttermane does. It's an Iron Bundle on electric terrain and Fluttermane in Sun, if they're both trained the same way for speed, which most of them are trained to have the maximum amount of speed. That Iron Bundle is going to be moving first, which means before that Fluttermane gets an attack off, Iron Bundle is either going to be able to maybe get off an Icy Wind, or just swing an attack into that Koraidon, an electric move potentially. We're going to see the electric terrain, sorry, the Thunder Wave come out from Jared's
Good stuff.
Grimstyle into that Koraidon, and there was the Icy Wind moving
Jared going
first.
hard on the speed control here. It may not pay dividends for him immediately, but that Assault Vest Miraidon is still lurking in the back, and when it comes onto the field, it's going to be the fastest thing around.
Yeah, and then we're going to see the Moonblast come out, which is not going to be enough to pick out that Grimstyle. Grimstyle is going to stick around. Collision Course there is going to take that Iron Bundle down to its Focus Sash, but just given the speed interactions here, Iron Bundle is going to get the opportunity to move again before it gets taken out next turn.
Yeah, it's interesting to see either of these Pokemon survive the turn. Obviously, that Grimmsnarl is calced and EV trained to live hits like that Moonblast. Even without the light screen being up,
Yes.
he may take this opportunity to get a Hail Mary screen up, just to make sure that he's in the driver's seat for the next part. But
Look,
the Iron Bundle still being on the field and alive means that another hit is very much coming out, and the Koraidon is already fairly crippled by that paralysis, but he has the potential to knock it out outright.
Yeah, so there's another Thunder Wave coming out.
Such an
from
obnoxious
Aaron's
move.
side. Yeah, very obnoxious. Gonna be maintaining that speed control pretty well on Aaron's side. Freeze Strike coming out into
There
that
it is.
Koraidon. Super effective hit. Is going to pick up the knockout before either of Aaron's Pokemon are able to move, unfortunately. And then we are going to see Fluttermane go for that Moonblast. It is going to finally pick up that Grimmsnarl. So the good news for Aaron's side of the field is there are no screens up this game.
Yes.
Grimmsnarl opting instead to go for those Thunder Waves to try to keep that speed control. That the Spirit Break in the first turn. It traded those more offensive choices for the screen, so we'll have to see whether or not that ends up making a difference, whether or not it pays off going for those more offensive options.
Yeah, especially on that last turn, I thought it was a little bold for Jared to go for the Spirit Break again. No, he went for the Thunder Wave on the
Thunder
last
Wave,
turn.
yeah, so maintaining that speed control on that Fluttermane. That Fluttermane is now at -1 speed with the paralysis as well, which means it is going to be quite slow, even with that boost that it had to its speed from the sun. I imagine it's quite possible that the Lunala will actually be moving before the Fluttermane now. Iron Bundle switching out, clearly Jared trying to preserve her, also bringing that Miraidon back in. It is going to be able to take out that terrain. Once again, Aaron down to his last two Pokemon means he does not have access to that terrain control. It is going to be electric terrain for the rest of the game. That Rillaboom is going to be neutered by that. Lunala getting that boost to its defense, and it's going to put Jared in an incredibly comfortable position. Moongeist Beam coming out. As we called out, that Fluttermane is now slower than the Lunala, despite its very high speed, despite its photosynthesis speed boost. That is going to be Lunala moving first, picking up that knockout. High horsepower, doing a fair bit more damage now that he doesn't have the reflect.
Still
but
not
unfortunately, Rillaboom versus the World, I think the World might be in a pretty comfortable spot here.
I would say so. Without its terrain, the damage is very severely cut, so I think that the screens may not have had much of an impact, or the lack thereof, in this game.
No.
Jared demonstrating that he doesn't necessarily need them to succeed in this particular matchup.
Exactly. Well, with that Thunder Wave that we saw come out into the Fluttermane, we wondered whether or not the Grimmsnarl would be going for a screen, but instead, click that Thunder Wave, which ended up paying dividends.
It did.
Down the line, Jared clearly knew his team, and he was aware, if I can get a paralysis on this Fluttermane, then that means in the following turns, my Lunala will be able to move first. It means that Lunala was able to pick up the knockout before the Fluttermane was able to knock out the Lunala. We're going to see the double up into the Rillaboom, and even though it does have that Assault Vest, it's not enough to take on the onslaught from two respected Pokemon. Game 2 is going to go to Jared, and Jared is going to move through to our final round undefeated.
What a thing to see. Assault vs Miraidon. Apparently the call for this particular tournament.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's been suiting him well so far. We will see whether or not we see that going into the final round.
Yes.
Or if we get to see something else. But either way,
I hope we get to see something else.
I do hope we get. I'm sick of it. To be honest, I don't want to see more Assault Vest Miraidon. I want to see something that does. I want to see Life Orb Miraidon come back. I want to see Specs Miraidon. Whatever happened to the classics?
Exactly.
But either way, whatever we see for the final round, we will be bringing that back to you shortly.
Stay tuned.
Oh. Welcome back, trainers. We are here for round 3 of the Armadale Cup here in Perth. We are going for a 3-peat. Once again, we have Jared Clappin on stream. And we are going to take a quick break, but we'll be back in a second. Apologies for that, trainers. We had some technical difficulties, had to quickly hide the stream so that we didn't leak all of our players' source a week before Melbourne.
Yes.
But the good news is that having all these technical issues, you know, we are on the same level as all these professional streams around the world.
Yeah, and the bad news is we are still looking at Jared's team.
Yes, once again, we've got that Assault Vesperidon. Against Assault Vesperidon, we have an Assault Vesperidon mirror.
Oh, there was no getting away from it, Mark.
No escape from this goddamn lizard. But we do have an interesting team coming out from Dr. Robert Chen. We have a Volcarona Groudon team.
Which is really, really cool. A very Sun firepower oriented team, much like Aaron's.
Yeah.
Very, very different approach, though. It's the Incineroar, I think, is going to have some level of impact into Jared's more defensive build. It's a Grimmsnarl mirror as well, so this one could end up being a little bit longer than some of the others that we've been commentating so far.
Yes, exactly. If you wanted to be unkind about it, you could potentially call it an unpleasant slog. But you know, we'll just say it'll be a hard-fought game between two seasoned trainers.
There are many different ways that you could approach this, and I think the more charitable one is nicer for the viewers and for ourselves and for the competitors.
Exactly. So we'll going into the games here, we'll have to see what each player is planning on leading.
It's tough to glean a game plan from either team. I mean, obviously we've seen Jared's approach a few times over now, but how Robert Chen's build is going to map onto that in terms of a game plan remains to be seen. It does look from this lead as if it's going to be a bit of a bulky setup kind of approach.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got the Grimmsnarl and Groudon on Robert's side and the Ogerpon and Lunala on Jared's side. So as you mentioned, go for that bulky setup approach. Grimmsnarl with the option to set up that light screen to keep the Groudon and the other Pokemon safe from special attacks. Groudon doesn't really have an option to set up per se, but it can just start swinging with big heavy hits from that beastly attack stat. Jared's side of the field, we've got the Ogerpon on the Lunala, classic Follow Me Trick Room options available, Wide Guard also available from the Lunala, keep that side of the field safe from those spread moves like the Precipice Blades coming out from the Groudon. Ogerpon could then swing into the Groudon with maybe a Grass type move, but we are going to see the Thunder Wave come out from the Grimmsnarl. No Wide Guard coming out from Lunala. Lunala now paralyzed, it is going to be slower and potentially going to be dealing with that paralysis. There's the Taunt coming out from Jared's side of the field. And Will-O-Wisp coming out from Groudon. Quite a passive turn so far. Robert opting to get those statuses onto each of those opposing Pokemon. And there's the Trick Room coming out from Jared. That paralysis could end up being a boon, in fact, for that Lunala. A boon. Yes. We're all about booning here in the Barrel House. But Lunala quite possibly going to be the slowest thing on the field, regardless of what comes out. Which could be a boon in Trick Room.
It could, indeed. However, what could be a bust, if that were the antonym, would be that potentially a full paralysis is on the cards, so...
Very true.
There is some hacks introduced into the mix here, and I think Jared is recognizing that, bringing in the Ursaluna to take fullest advantage of Trick Room, thereby introducing status to a full 3/4 of his team.
Yeah, exactly. There's a burn on the Ogopon, a paralysis on the Lunala, very soon to be a burn on the Ursaluna as well. Difference is Ursaluna wants it.
Yes. Smart call out from Robert Chen here, bringing in the Incineroar just in time to drop that Intimidate onto both of Jared's physical attackers.
Yeah, and
even with the burn, Ursaluna's firepower will be a little bit curtailed.
yes, yeah, exactly. So that -1 attack from the Incineroar, doing a lot of good work for Robert. Very good read there. That Ogopon now at -1 attack and burned means it is really not going to be putting out much offensive pressure.
It's still an important supportive piece for Jared, and the Ursaluna is fully capable of running away with the game on its own, but we'll see if he wants to reposition or just leave it on the field.
Yes, exactly. So it does have that -1 attack on the Ursaluna, but what Robert doesn't have access to, should the Grimmsnark come back onto the field, is the Reflect. It's only got that light screen, which means it's not able to set up damage mitigation for the physical damage, which means if Robert wants to do that, he is going to need to cycle that Incineroar to start getting those Intimidates off over and over.
Quite.
And the question is whether or not he'll be able to do that successfully with that Ursaluna just throwing out massive damage right off the bat.
It does look like Jared is going for the ground terrors right off the bat, looking to drop some of that big damage that you've mentioned. Not too concerned about his Ogopon here, so potentially going for an Earthquake without the need to protect. However, none of that is going to come to pass.
Oh, and there is a Precipice Blades miss on the Ursaluna, unfortunately. So, one of the main reasons that people tend to be a little bit shy about considering something like Precipice Blades is that 85% accuracy means it is quite possible that it will miss its target, like it has done here. Precipice Blades quite likely had the ability to get a 2-hit knockout on the Ursaluna. But now, Robert is going to have to find other ways to be able to take it out.
Didn't quite get the connection that he wanted there. The Ogopon is a little bit dead weight on this field, and the closer it is to being knocked out, the closer Jared is to bringing in a Pokemon for free. So I dare say that he might have wanted the hit on the Ursaluna perhaps more than he did on the Ogopon.
Yeah, I would say definitely. The Ogopon, not much of a threat at this point. Still threatening the Taunt. But, with the Ogopon, sure, it might get taken out and Jared might get a free switch into something else to take advantage of the Trick Room, but there's not that many turns of Trick Room left.
No.
Every turn that Robert is able to stall it out, keep the Ogopon there, unless Jared decides to go for a hard switch. That's just another turn of Trick Room going down until eventually it's over. And, Robert might have the speed advantage. Headlong Rush coming out into the Incineroar, despite the -1 to its attack, it is going to pick up the knockout. If nothing else, that ground terrestrialization just meaning it's putting out massive damage into a super effective
No way it was going to survive that. I believe that Robert's Incineroar had the bug terrestrialization.
There is another dodge from the Ursaluna.
You are kidding me.
2 for 2, Precipice Blade misses. Ursaluna really looking at ground and saying, you know what, I'm the big dog when it comes to attacking ground types, because when I click Earthquake, I don't miss. Your Precipice Blades, that ain't shit.
Yes, I mean, Groudon is a great Pokemon and a very, very interesting piece to consider in a format like this, but its one huge Achilles heel is the fact that over the course of an entire tournament, you will be missing multiple Precipice Blades, and there's no real way around that.
No, 100%. I always consider putting Groudon on my team when I'm in the team builder, looking at Regulation I, Regulation G even, the single restricted, double restricted formats.
And then you reconsider
Groudon,
it very quickly.
And then I think about Precipice Blades, and I suddenly pick something else.
Yes.
It's too unreliable, in my opinion. I feel like, if you want to be running a Groudon, you probably want a single target attacking move.
Yes.
Such as a high horsepower, well, that can also miss.
That can also miss.
I guess it
It just goes to show that the only real way to run Groudon is with gravity.
True, yep. As I believe was seen in 9th place, Perth 2022, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly who it was that did that, but I believe the setter was a Sigilif, which was a very interesting thing.
Interesting, yeah. Wasn't that team actually picked up by a professional player over in the US? They didn't credit the Perth player.
They didn't know who it was either.
No, yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Exactly. So we now have the Lunala and the Ursaluna against Groudon and Grimmsnarl. So Robert with his original Pokemon back on the field. In fact, this is how... No, it isn't. Never mind. Lunala's back on the field. We've got the Ursaluna instead of the
Yes. So the main difference here is that Jared's side is fairly heavily compromised at this point.
Yeah, somewhat. You know, I think one turn of Trick Room left means that Lunala might...
Light Screen is an interesting choice from Grimmsnarl. I would have gone for the Reflect here because I feel like the Ursaluna is a much more potent threat, but just throwing its attack into a Protect at this turn.
Yep, and there's double into the Groudon, so yeah, well played by Robert Chen.
Yeah, he may well get his Reflect now.
Yes, well, he doesn't have Reflect.
At all?
No.
That's very interesting. I didn't realize that.
Light Screen, Thunder Wave, Parting Shot, and Spirit Break.
Well, that's another way to debuff the Ursaluna. Let's see if he goes for it.
That's like very true, yes. So yeah, Groudon now here in a slightly better position to be able to start swinging attacks. You just gotta hope it hits the fucking thing.
Yeah. Third time's the charm, as they say, Mark.
Exactly. But even if Precipice Blades ends up being more accurate this turn, if Jared does go for a wide guard, it is going to block that. So maybe Jared's got to consider, or Robert's got to consider maybe going for a fire type move instead, from the Heat Crash, rather than the Precipice Blades.
Quite. And with the Sun, I believe, still being active on the field, unless it's run out.
No, it's down now. So there's no Sun, no Trick Room left. There's the Party Shot coming out. Ursaluna is going to go down to -2 on its attack stat.
Effectively nullifying the Guts boost.
Well, more than nullifying, but yes, it's going to be not swinging for a whole heap of damage. That being said, this is an electric type that is coming in.
Yes. So Headlong Rush is still a very powerful move regardless.
Yeah, still very possible to be able to take out that Miraidon. But there's the electric seed from Jared's side, boosting the defense on that Lunala. Precipice Blades is going to connect.
Not going to do much Pokemon. To Lunala.
It's going to be a critical hit. Still doing precious little.
Yeah.
And that Ursaluna, it is showing that if both of those Precipice Blades are connected, Ursaluna would be gone by now. That's a Headlong Rush, and that is into that slot. -2 attack, not going to matter.
Enough.
Still going to be enough. That Guts boost, that ground terrestrialization, that 120 base power, that massive base attack stat off that Ursaluna, it's all going to be enough. Even with that -2, it is going to be able to take out that Miraidon, and it is going to take it down to a 3 versus 2 with Robert, with that Grimmsnarl presenting a lot of support options, but still quite possibly not going to be enough from Robert's side of the field to be able to grasp this one back.
Yeah, an obscene amount of power coming up that Ursaluna, still able to take a ridiculous and impactful knockout, I would say, at -2. Let's see how Robert Chen regroups.
Yeah, exactly. So the Grimmsnarl's got a couple of options it can go for. It can go for a Spirit Break, which will likely be faster than either of these opposing Pokemon. Could to use it to reduce the special attack on Lunala, or could use it to just try to pick up the Ursaluna. We are finally going to see Terrestrialization come out from Robert's side of the field. That is going to be the Fire Terrestrialization on that Groudon. So it doesn't have the
Heat Crash.
Doesn't have the Sun boost for the Heat Crash, but now does have the Terrestrialization.
Good call out of the Wide Guard here from Robert Chen.
Yes, so there's a Wide Guard coming out from Jared's side of the field. Robert, clearly expecting that, goes to the Heat Crash instead, into the Lunata. Still not going to be enough.
Damage.
Yeah, I completely lost my train of thought there. Electric Seed doing a lot of work in keeping that Lunala around. There is a Spirit Break, as called out, going into that Ursaluna. It is going to pick up the Ursaluna before the Ursaluna can move.
Yes.
And that Ursaluna finally taken out after all the damage that it was outputting. Jared's Miraidon coming in now.
Now that Robert Chen has popped his Terrestrialization on the Groudon, it is no longer Ground type, so this Miraidon making a very timely appearance on Jared's side.
Yes, exactly. And what Jared could potentially look to do is, like you said, just hit that Groudon with some big electric type moves and be able to pick it up, where otherwise it would need to rely on a Draco Meteor.
Yes.
If Draco Meteor doesn't pick it up the first time, suddenly it's neutered its special attack stat. Draco Meteor can potentially
diminishing returns towards the end of the game.
Diminishing returns 100%. And also, with its Draco Meteor, that's not going to be able to hit that Grimmsnarl at all. which doesn't matter because it's not a choice item, but it's still relevant to consider. Electric Drift, reading the Protect there, is instead going to go into the Grimmsnarl.
Not quite enough. I believe the light screen is still active, so...
It is Spirit Blade coming out into that Miraidon, which could end up being quite relevant. That's a lot of damage.
Big hit, yeah.
Yeah, that's super effective hit from Grimmsnarl, doing quite a lot. Lunala not being able to move because it's paralyzed. If that was a Moonblast into the Grimmsnarl, that could have been game-losing. That paralysis.
Potentially, yeah. So that Thunderwave at the beginning of the game, putting in some serious legwork for Robert Chen.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, clearly showing its worth. Obviously, Thunderwave has a lot of merit in reducing an opponent's speed stat, but the added benefit is 1 in 4 times that opponent, when they go to move, are instead going to be fully paralyzed. It's going to prevent them from being able to get their move off. And it's going to possibly flip a game where it looked like Robert might not have been in the most advantageous position. That might be turning around here.
It might be. It's easy to think of paralysis as simply another speed control option, but the introduction of that element of risk is always capable of flipping a game on its head.
So there's the parting shot. That's going to take him right onto -2 at special attack there. Electro Drift coming up, -2 through that light screen is not going to get that critical hit.
No,
it's gonna
definitely not.
Going to do not much damage. And there's the Heat Crash coming out once again into the Lunala.
Respecting
and
that
that is going
guard.
to pick up the knockout.
Now he no longer has to. I think that Robert Chen might have this one in the bag, assuming that he can hit all of his Precipice Blades.
You never know. Where there's a crit, there's a way.
There is always a way.
Where there's a crit, there's a way, and also you've got to hope that your opponent doesn't click Spirit Break, which is just going to take out the Miraidon on the second hit.
Absolutely, so...
Where there's a crit and the possibility of your opponent throwing, there's a way.
Absolutely. Let's see if Robert Chen throws.
Don't throw, Robert! He said he might, for our audience who couldn't hear him. So... There's going to be Parabolic Charge.
That's
Gotta
a
get some
good
healing.
approach. Just try and keep their head above water.
Yeah.
That's definitely enough to take it out of range with the Spirit Break, but if the Precipice Blades hits, and that's always a big IF.
Big if. Yep, there we go. So there's the Precipice Blades is finally going to connect. When Groudon needs to do it, it can clutch up,
Absolutely.
pick up the knockout, and that is going to be game 1 going to Dr. Robert Chen.
Excellent play on both sides. Let's see how Jared responds going into game 3. I don't feel like he was ever truly on the back foot in that game. I mean, the Groudon did end up being a massive thorn in his side, as did the Thunder Wave from Grimmsnarl. I wonder how he's going to be able to press the advantage if he's able to find one.
Yes, exactly. So, going into the game 2, it'll be interesting. We didn't see the Volcarona or the Floodmane come out from Robert's side. This will be interesting to see if we get those. And we also didn't see Jared's Grimmsnarl, nor did we see his Iron Bundle.
No.
Grimmsnarl from Jared's side could be an interesting bring. We didn't see that game 1, but that's got access to both screens, both the light screen and the reflect.
It does.
Which means, you know, there is that potential to start mitigating that damage and maybe slow down some of the damage coming out from Robert's side of the field.
Yeah, it's tempting to say that he might want to fire back with some Thunder Waves of his own, but fully 4 of Robert's 6 Pokemon are actually immune to the paralysis status.
Yes, exactly. So that would be the...
Groudon and Miraidon, obviously, but the 2 Dark types are actually immune to all of Grimmsnarl's Prankster moves.
Yes, 100%.
So I think that paralysis is very much going to be Robert's domain in this matchup going forward as well as in the previous game.
Yeah, although, you know, interesting, 3 of Jared's Pokemon are also immune to that Thunder Wave.
Yes.
The Miraidon, the Ursaluna, and the Grimmsnarl being a Dark type being immune to the Prankster.
Didn't do that
Good there. But yeah, we will have to wait to see if we've got any adjustments coming out from either side, you know. Perhaps Robert will think that worked well, I'm going to keep doing it, or maybe he'll think, maybe I want to predict an adjustment, or maybe I think there's something else that could be done better in the approach to game 2.
In the team preview there, it did look, I might be wrong, but it did look as if he might have benched the Incineroar.
Okay, interesting.
I thought that in that game 1, if he had terrestrialized to the bug type with his Incineroar, he might have been able to hold on to it for the entirety of the game potentially. I wonder if like the fire terrestrialization was in the end a decent use of his terrestrialization. It didn't make a difference, obviously.
Yeah, so we are going to see an adjustment come out from both sides. There is the Fluttermane and the Iron Bundle, both of which were Pokemon not brought in the first game. We are going to see that Electric Terrain come out to boost that Iron Bundle. It is going to mean the Iron Bundle will be faster than that Fluttermane, unless it gets hit by a Thunder Wave from the Grimmsnarl.
Yes, which is always a possibility with Grimmsnarl. So Jared might be able to call that out by simply protecting the Iron Bundle and taking advantage of the lack of a light screen to perhaps knock out the Grimmsnarl in turn 1 with Electro Drift. That's a possibility in this turn 1, but Robert may equally call that out and just pop a screen and try and get some damage down with the Fluttermane.
Yes, exactly. So this is a little bit of a game of what's my opponent going to do.
Yes.
Each of these players really wants to get themselves onto the front foot very early on. And a misstep could end up, falling a couple of steps behind, sometimes which is unrecoverable.
Yes. We do know that Jared's Miraidon is Assault Vest and perfectly capable of terrestrializing away from its weaknesses to Fairy here. So that looks like that's what's going down.
We are going to see that terrestrialization come out. Electric type, as it was previously, both offensive and defensive as an option. Defensive keeps it from those super effective fairy type hits. Offensively, it's just going to boost the damage coming out from those electric type moves. We are going to see the Thunder Wave come out into the Iron Bundle, which means the Fluttermane is going to be moving before it here. There's the Icy Wind coming out that is going to pop the Focus Sash on the Iron Bundle. It is also going to decrease that Miraidon speed, which means that Pokemon coming in from the back on Robert's side could later move before this Miraidon. Something, for example, that Groudon.
So a version of the play that I called out has played out here. It does look like Robert Chen is not going to get his light screen this game.
No.
As well as any other paralysis. The bundle is fairly well neutered in this game now, at -1 speed and paralyzed. It's not going to be able to do its job to the same extent, but the Fluttermane is also nerfed in the speed department here, so if Jared is able to pivot out his Miraidon, he will have the advantage against this Fluttermane now.
Yes, for sure. So Fluttermane itself also has the option to switch out, reset its speed drops.
All told, I don't think that this is a meaningful disadvantage for Jared off the bat. I mean, obviously that bundle is not going to contribute much more to the game potentially. Might be able to get a nice move up into the Groudon here.
Well, you do have to consider this Miraidon has been hit with that Icy Wind. It is at -1 speed.
Yes, and
so
if it's at -2, it will end up slower and vulnerable to Oppressive Blades.
What I actually don't think it needs to be at -2 to be solid. We have seen previously this Miraidon does not have a lot of speed investment. I think at a -1 speed stat, Robert's Groudon will actually likely move before the Miraidon. If Jared wants to keep that Miraidon being hit before it moves, he likely is going to need to be able to get an Icy Wind off from the Iron Bundle, which I don't think will be moving first. It's both paralyzed and it's at -1 speed from that Icy Wind in the previous turn.
And it does have to be said that we know that Jared's Assault Vest Miraidon has less speed investment than the average Miraidon. It's spec'd into its bulk, into its defensive stats, which contributes to the decision to switch into something else.
And there's going to be the Precipice Blades coming out.
Heavy damage. Heavy damage on
not
the
able to dodge it like it usually has been. Not quite as much as I would have expected there. Ursaluna has quite a good physical defense stat. So it's going to keep it a little bit safe there. However, with that burn, it means it is likely going to be vulnerable to a second Precipice Blades, assuming that that Precipice Blades is only targeting a single Pokemon. If there are 2 Pokemon on Jared's side of the field, that Ursaluna is going to take a little bit less damage.
I believe the reduction is 25%, yes?
25% reduction.
So 3/4 of the potential damage coming out.
Yes, and also what's important to note is there is now Lunala on the field. Lunala has that Wide Guard, which we saw can be so threatening to the kind of damage that Groudon might be looking to output. If there is that Wide Guard, Groudon is going to have to go for that Heat Crash. Will-O-Wisp obviously isn't going to do a lot to an Ursaluna that A, is already burned, and B, wants to be burned. So it's Heat Crash or nothing, really. Taunt coming out into that Lunala, keep it from getting off any Wide Guards in future.
Also blocking the potential Trick Room, which would have made this Ursaluna into much more of a threat than it was previously. Instead, it just attacks and it takes out the Fluttermane. Good call out from Jared.
Yes, yeah. So there's the Moongeist taking out the Fluttermane. Heat Crash coming out, playing around that Wide Guard. It's not going to be enough. Not going to be nearly enough. Facade coming out from Jared's Ursaluna. big hit. Not enough, though.
Not quite enough.
We did see that Jared's Lunala is faster than Robert's Groudon, which could end up being relevant. However, Miraidon likely faster than everything on the field at this point. So it'll be interesting to see if there's any plays around that. Parabolic Charge on Robert's Miraidon as well as Jared's, both of them opting
Yes,
for
makes
that.
a lot of sense next to the Groudon. It doesn't look like he's going for it this turn, just popping his Terra and going for a big Electric Drift into the Lunala. Now that the Lunala is taunted, oh really?
Fucking idiot.
I'm just getting into it, man.
So there is the terrestrialization coming out from Robert's side of the field into that Miraidon.
Yes.
Get that electric terrestrialization. And that is going to allow it to start swinging with some harder hitting electric type moves. It'll be interesting to see if that ends up being enough. This Lunala still has its Shadow Shield intact, which means it is going to be taking half damage from this hit.
However, it is still taunted, which means that the Groudon can Precipice Blades with impunity.
Yes, it can. Moonguy's Beam coming out into the Groudon, and that is going to pick up the knockout.
Ooh.
So, depending on what Jared's clicked here, we might be going to a game 3.
I think it's very possible because Ursaluna is definitely capable of taking out a Miraidon from full, especially with Headlong Rush.
Look, as we saw it last game do it with a -2 attack stat. With a completely clean attack stat, I think that Headlong Rush is guaranteed to just completely eat the Lizard.
Absolutely. That Lizard has been comprehensively ate. We're going to a game 3, ladies and gents.
Yeah, we certainly are. So, interesting adjustment from both sides there. The IM bundle on Jared's side, not necessarily seeming to do a whole lot, but those speed jumps did end up actually being somewhat relevant.
Fairly impactful, yeah.
Yeah.
The fact that Jared's Miraidon is a little bit slower than average, I think, may have contributed to that. It was interesting to see that the Lunala on Jared's side was faster than Groudon in the end game, so there's definitely some speed tier stuff going on here. And that's going to be in the forefront of the players' minds going into this game 3.
Absolutely. So Jared clearly making a bit of an adjustment, going for some more offensive plays early on.
Yes.
Taking out that Grimmsnarl very early actually ended up being quite impactful. As you shouted out, wasn't able to get that light screen off. Also meant it wasn't able to get any parting shots off. As we saw from that game 1, that Miraidon having that -2 special attack stat from the Spirit Break and from the parting shot meant that it wasn't putting out much damage. So Jared clearly thinking, you know what, I'm just going to take out the Grimmsnarl right away. I'm just going to start hitting a little bit harder, and then I'll be in a much better spot so that later in the game, when I'm swinging, I can actually threaten damage, which he did. That
Proverbial fuck it, we ball.
Exactly right. Lunala picking up 2 knockouts with those Moongeist beams.
Yes.
And Robert was somewhat on the back foot despite a relatively strong early game.
Yeah, that approach paid off for Jared for sure. It's going to be interesting to see if Robert responds to that and defaults to his more stat debuff based approach. Perhaps bringing the Incineroar again, or just clicking Parting Shot and Light Screen a bit more with his Grimmsnarl.
So there is Jared's Grimmsnarl hitting the field, and it is going to be a mirror in the leads.
This is interesting.
Shiny Grimmsnarl and non-shiny Miraidon against shiny Miraidon and non-shiny Grimmsnarl. So there's a beautiful little
bit of a chessboard
mirroring there.
approach,
Yeah,
yeah.
chessboard approach. It's quite nice actually.
It is.
I like it. Yeah.
We should take a screenshot.
Chat, clip that. So interesting. Mirrors in the lead. Quite different Grimmsnarls.
Yeah.
So Jared's Grimmsnarl has that light clay, it's got light screen, it's got reflect. It's got that ability to set up those screens. Robert's Grimmsnarl has that parting shot. It has that, I believe they've both got that Thunder Wave. But yeah, parting shot instead of the light screen could actually end up being more impactful here, because if you get that parting shot off onto the Miraidon, and then bring something else in from the back and be able to benefit from it that way.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, I mean, there's the potential of big electric hits out of both sides. Thunderwave is completely off the table. It appears that Jared has learned his lesson.
Yes, so there is the electric terrestrialization coming out from Robert's Miraidon, terrestrialization coming out from Jared's side of the field as well, and that will also
his
be
own
onto the
Miraidon.
Miraidon. So we're seeing a continuation of the mirror. Terrestrialization going first on Robert's Miraidon. It'll be interesting to know whether or not that was a speed tie, or if Robert's got a little bit more speed investment in his Miraidon. There's the light screen coming out from the Grimmsnarl.
There's the light screen coming out from the Grimmsnarl.
As we've got, yes, yeah. So mirror continues. Volt switch going up first. That is the second time that Robert's Miraidon has moved first into that opposing Miraidon.
Respectable damage now that it's no longer quad resisted.
Yes, yeah, exactly. It's only half resistant.
Mostly
through a light
ineffective,
screen,
to use
assault
the champion
burst.
verbiage.
Yes, yeah. Not doing a whole heap. And Robert being able to switch in one of his Pokemon from the back, bearing in mind that Jared's Miraidon hasn't moved yet, so he will have to consider what that is coming out with, going for its attack. So there's going to be the Fluttermane coming in. Boost to energy is going to boost that Fluttermane's speed.
An interesting choice given that the Miraidon is no longer weak to Fairy.
Well, yes, exactly, but, you know, there are still options. It can start swinging, it can start throwing damage into that Grimmsnarl.
Which holds on with that Terra Electro Drift. Already the light screen paying dividends, I believe.
Yes, exactly. So, interesting, we've got the Fluttermane. It does have the option to click that Taunt, unlike the Grimmsnarl. Fluttermane does not have the Prank Steel, which means it's not hampered by clicking status moves into opposing Dark types. It could go for a Taunt into that Grimmsnarl to potentially prevent it from causing problems later down the line. Alternatively, it could just swing with a big hit. Obviously, that light screen is up on Jared's side of the field, so a Moonblast or an Icy Wind is going to have its damage reduced.
Does Jared's Grimmsnarl also hold the Thunder Wave?
I believe it does.
Yeah, so that is also an option here. The Fluttermane is potentially vulnerable to that on this turn, which would perhaps make the taunt slightly redundant. Perhaps it's just going for a Moonblast here.
We are going to see that Parting Shot come out. It is going to take that Miraidon down to that -1 special attack. And also,
good switch in this
bring
position.
the Groudon in, very nice, quite safe, keeps it safe from Thunder Wave or from a Parabolic Charge or a Volt Switch. Thunder Wave comes out into the Fluttermane, going to reduce that speed stat, and then there is going to be the Parabolic Charge, which is going to hit his own Grimmsnarl, as well as the Fluttermane, so it is going to allow the Miraidon to heal up that small amount of damage that it took from Robert's Volt Switch.
Yes. So, a little bit of damage coming out there. The Fluttermane has not moved yet, and it won't.
It will not. There's the paralysis on Robert's side of the field this time, keeping it from being able to move. Depending on what it was that Robert went for, could end up being quite relevant there.
Yeah.
Because that could have been damage, could have been a Moonblast into the Miraidon, which could have potentially threatened a special attack drop. There's a Reflect coming out, just trying to keep Jared's team safe from Groudon's moves. Draco Meteor not doing a whole heap because of that light screen, because of that -1 special attack set. Icy Wind coming out, just trying to reduce some of the speed on Jared's side of the field.
Next turn, yes.
And there's Precipice Blades that is going to connect
both.
with both of its targets, and it's not going to do enough to that Miraidon. Reflect from Grimmsnarl, putting a massive work for Jared there.
That's some great damage on the board for Robert there. If he can get another of those Precipice Blades off, he is threatening a double knockout here. The Fluttermane continuing to click Icy Wind by the looks.
Yes, potentially. So that's a Miraidon switch. And it is going to be switching into the Lunala. So a potential Icy Wind play here could crack that Shadow Shield. Electric Seed going to boost that Lunala's defense stat. He's got the Reflect up. Icy Wind is going to miss the Grimmsnarl. Not quite as impactful as a miss on the Lunala would be.
Hitting the thing he needed to hit there.
Yes, exactly right. So that Lunala is now at -1 speed. Precipice Blades, once again, not missing. Groudon has finally decided to lock in. Unfortunately, that Lunala is going to eat that like a champion.
Yes. Robert finally taking a knockout on Jared's side, all the same.
Yes, yeah, so they're finally going to take out that Grimmsnarl. Grimmsnarl, though, it's done its job. It's got that light screen up, it's got that Reflect up. With that Light Clay, those screens are going to be around for a while, so Jared now is in a position where he can start trading blows and have a slightly more favourable trade.
Yes,
Robert does have the light screen, but he doesn't have the option to set Reflect with his moves.
No, he doesn't.
And the other issue is he doesn't have the light screen on his own, so the Light Clay on his own Grimmsnarl, which means Jared's screens are going to last longer than Robert's screens.
This is true.
It means over the course of the game, those trades are going to be more likely in Jared's favour.
All this being said, I do believe that Robert Chen's Groudon is fairly well positioned here. He doesn't necessarily have to go for the Precipice Blades and dice around with the threat of Wide Guard. He could just heat crash the Miraidon and try and take it out that way under the sun. He's just double protecting at this point just to see what will happen.
Yeah, potentially scanning out some moves, potentially maybe trying to stall something out. Maybe he's going to try to stall his way through Jared's screens. But we are going to see a Moongeist Beam come out into that Groudon, and there is the light screen going down on Robert's side of the field.
Did Robert just stall out his own light screen?
I respect it.
Yeah.
Ballsy play, ballsy play.
Absolutely. He has one more turn of Sun. Let's see if he stalls that out as well.
Well, no, he doesn't. The sun is... yes, he does. Sorry. The sun is still up, so we'll see if he's able to take advantage of that. It'll be interesting to see what the Fluttermane decides to go for as well, because it's really not threatening that much damage at the moment.
Yeah, it's a little bit redundant at this point, paralyzed and low enough that any attack from Jared could take it out.
Yeah, so there's the switch in from the Miraidon. That is going to bring back the Electric Train. That is going to benefit Jared's Miraidon here. It is going to boost his damage on the Volt Switch. Volt Switch coming out into the Fluttermane, and that is going to pick up the knockout there.
Yeah. So that's another knockout for Jared. It does seem that they're fairly evenly matched at this point, 3-on-3. The game goes on.
Well, yes, exactly. The game goes on with Jared's screens still in play. But what is important to note is Robert still has his Grimmsnarl, and Jared's Grimmsnarl is gone. And
Ooh,
there's the
now
Trick
this
Room
changes
coming out.
things.
Good play from Jared.
Yeah,
Get that switch.
Finally revealing his fourth to be the Ursaluna and bringing up Trick Room on the same turn, immediately setting up some initiative that has previously been somewhat lacking from this game.
Yes.
I think perhaps the setup phase is over, and now it's time for Jared to start dishing out some hits.
So we've got Grimmsnarl coming in here. Grimmsnarl does have the ability to set up that light screen. Also potentially has the ability to go for a parting shot into that Ursaluna to drop the Ursaluna's attack stat to maybe keep Miraidon in a slightly more favorable position. However, as we have previously seen, dropping the Ursaluna's attack stat does not necessarily keep the Miraidon safe from it.
No. And so that Miraidon is quite vulnerable in this position. I wonder if Robert is going to try and respond to that, or if he's just going to let it go to bring his Groudon back in, which is capable of taking at least a facade from the Ursaluna. White Guard coming out from the Lunala.
Yeah, so there's a White Guard. Is going to keep Jared's side safe from a Parabolic Charge coming out to stop Robert's Pokemon from healing. There's a Paralysis on the Lunala. Not overly relevant in Trick Room, but could get that full paralysis off at some point. Earthquake coming out. So now we see
Big
really
swing.
The benefit of that White Guard from the Lunala. Probably less concerned about the spread moves from the Miraidon, and more concerned about keeping itself safe from that Earthquake.
Yes. A huge double knockout from Jared Clappin. Robert Chen is down to his Groudon now. We might be seeing a fairly swift conclusion to our Game 3 here.
I would say so, yeah. Groudon coming in, it's a strong Pokemon, setting its Sun back up, but in the face of that White Guard, and more importantly in the face of that big damage coming out from Ursaluna, I think Groudon might be up the creek without a paddle.
I would imagine so. It was quite striking how quickly the game turned on a dime here, and the Ursaluna was just able to run away with everything set up and in place to just click buttons and take names.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to see Robert going for that Protect. I think he's going to need to get 3 Protects in a row to be able to successfully get to the end of this Trick Room without it going off. It's possible.
And even then...
Don't get me wrong, it's possible.
It absolutely is, but even then, I don't know that he's going to be able to make his way through that Lunala enough for another Trick Room to be kept from going off.
Well, there's a critical hit, there's a way, my friend.
Absolutely.
And by the time this Trick Room goes down, the Reflect is also going to be down.
This is very true.
And there's a Protect. It is unfortunately not going to go off. If Groudon somehow manages to survive this turn, it does mean that next turn it will be able to get off that final Protect that it needs. Moongeist Beam coming out.
Facade is a very powerful attack, and
Look,
I don't think it would even need
Jared
to be.
misclicked, and there
Perhaps,
it is.
maybe.
Facade of the Groudon, going to pick up the knockout. Game 3 is going to go to Jared on stream every single game, undefeated through our entire day. It is going to show that, maybe there is room for bulky Assault Vest Miraidon in Regulation I.
Hate to say it, but at least we won't have to worry about Reg I for much longer.
No, but thank you so much for watching, everyone. That brings us... And I've been told that we do actually have the opportunity to interview our winner of today's cup. So we will be coming back very shortly to bring you Jared Clappin, the winner of the 5-person Rockingham Armadale Cup. I can't even remember where we are.
I am joined by Jared Clappin.
Hello.
Welcome to the Jared Clappin Show.
Thank you. It fucking has been, hasn't it?
It really has.
I didn't.
We have streamed 3 rounds today, out of 3 at this tournament, and you have been a part of every single one of those 3 rounds. You have won every single one of those 3 rounds.
I have.
How are you feeling?
Holy shit! Well, this is the first cup that I've ever won. So
Really?
Yes, it is. Yeah,
Wow.
I've won challenges, but this is my first cup. So, holy shit! Robert made me work for it. That team with the Groudon and
Yes.
with his own AV Miraidon, that was a tough nut to crack.
It absolutely was. I feel like for most of the day you were just sort of relying on your own bulky setup to just sort of outlast all of your opponents, and Robert Chen's team was at least in part capable of matching that level of bulk.
Yeah, it
So-
was at least as bulky as my team, if not, dare I say, more bulky, with the support of, like, he's got his own two super bulky restricted duo.
Yes.
The Miraidon was exactly the same set as mine. Don't know about the spread, but with the Incin as well, like that was a real issue. I am feeling very glad he didn't bring it to game 2 or 3, because it was.
We were calling that out on stream
yeah.
for sure. Like I felt like the stat debuff approach may have been the way through for him, but yeah, you were just able to click big attacks, and
It's my only consistent way of dealing damage to of dealing like over
With the Ursaluna.
half in one hit to the Groudon is the Ursaluna.
Yeah.
It's like you saw how little Draco did.
Yeah.
Like, I was kind of scrambling a little bit. I'm like, oh,
yeah, you were able to position it very well in that game 3 in particular. I felt like
thank you.
a lot of setup and not a lot of momentum from either side, and then as soon as you hit that trick room and the Ursaluna hit the field, it was basically over on the spot. Just a very, very cool team build, just throwing everything into your 1 or 2 win cons and just everything else is support. I feel it's a good way to approach the format.
Yeah, thank you. It was my build for last year Melbourne, and I haven't. I put a lot of like. I spent a lot of time honing it for last Melbourne. I went 5-3. I was quite happy with it. And then like haven't touched it at all in the year or so since.
Are you planning to bring it to this Melbourne? Are you going to Melbourne?
I'm not going to Melbourne. No,
Okay.
So, yeah.
So you won't have to worry about seeing this team across the table from you if you are going to Melbourne.
Unless you're facing one Mr. Robert Chen who has
Yes.
I honestly I love that team. Shout outs to Alistair who built it. And Robert, who's going to be playing it. I think it's very cool, especially with the Volcarona. We didn't get to see that, but
Yes, definitely. But yeah, the Groudon is very, very cool. I mean, we saw our fair share of Precipice Blades misses there, but
yeah, it's a little bit.
it definitely made its impact in that game and was able to give Jared a run for his money. So
We're going to take a break for lunch, and then after this, we have the challenge.
Yes.
And my brain is zooted, so I'm going to be joining you on the casters table, I think. After
excellent.
this.
That sounds. I'm excited for
Yeah.
that. Maybe we'll get to see Mark play,
Maybe, or maybe he's going.
or
I
maybe
don't
he'll
know.
go home
Yeah.
and have a nap.
Regardless, apologies you didn't get to see any games without me in it, but there'll be some of those for the cup. The challenge, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Jaredless challenge.
Thanks for watching.
Absolutely. Stay tuned. Hello, welcome back, friends. We are into the challenge now. The cup is completely over. I am joined by Jared, so that we no longer have to see his team on stream.
I was hearing some vitriol from Mark in
Call
particular.
it vitriol. Well, from Mark maybe.
Yeah. Not from you. Yeah.
No, I'm not
Mark seemed a
vitriolic.
bit jaded. Yeah.
Anyways, we are jumping straight into the challenge. We have Tim versus Jordan right off the bat.
Pete. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is our first time.
Pete.
Is this our first? This is the first time getting to see the team Pete's been using, isn't it?
Yeah, the whole
Yeah.
time he just managed to dodge the stream for the entire car.
Yeah.
no.
I managed to dodge him too. I'm
He's
looking
running-
forward to seeing it. He's got that classic slide quake combo of not slide quake, sorry. The bolt beam is the ice and
the
ice
speed
electric.
sandwich,
Yes.
as they call it.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Also-
we're looking at bundle Miraidon versus Calyrex Miraidon. So electric and ice on both sides, I suppose.
That Ditto is what I'm interested in. Having the
Yeah.
ability
I
to
hope he brings it.
the ability to copy a restricted mon in this format. Potentially pretty spicy, and as well we've got the Sneasler.
Yeah.
Like we haven't seen. Obviously, it was super dominant in Reg H, but haven't seen much of it in this meta. But lots of strong terrain setting Miraidon teams running
Yeah,
around. So I
it's like
suppose it's
One of those cooks that you can sort of see the idea behind it. They usually gunk shot because
Oh, yeah.
like Dark
To deal
Claw doesn't
more
make a
damage.
ton of sense on terrain. And,
yeah.
But at the same time, it's just yeah.
So what are you thinking of this lead situation?
I'm thinking that the Calyrex has the slight edge just because it could quick trick room and it has the choice whether or not it wants to. I mean, Jordan has the Life Orb Miraidon, which could very much like just blow up the Calyrex right off the rip.
I don't quite know if Life Orb Terra Electric Drift is enough to bully just one shot at Calyrex, but we're not going to find out this turn.
Yeah, it
It's
looks
gonna-
like he went after the Miraidon instead.
Yeah.
He's going to cop the hit now,
Yeah.
which means that the Calyrex is in a very safe position going into the second game. He could just click trick room.
True. Yeah. The second turn rather. It's
Yeah. The rest of the team isn't strictly speaking built for that. But
yeah. And Pete also has Fake Out on the board, so
yeah. This is a good first turn for. I'd say slightly better for Pete, to be honest. But
of course Jordan does have his own trick room mons, his own trick room mode if
Yeah.
Pete does opt to do that, and two unrevealed mons in the back for Jordan, so something that he's going to have to consider. But for now, Pete's got to decide what he's going to do with his Insin that's now switched in. Whether he's going to use that active fake out this
almost thought
turn.
it's time to do so.
Jordan hard out with the bundle, doesn't want to get
He's-
faked out.
Attempting to pivot on the Farigiraf, that's a
Yeah,
smart call.
there it is. It's the armor tail here to block any potential fake out and to get that big defense boost from the electric seed. And he's going to volt switch out as well to reset those stats. Very efficient. Just even with the drop stats, still able to chip off that Incineroar and get a quick early mon advantage in this matchup.
Yeah.
Now it's just a matter of what he wants to bring in. Whether he wants to maybe predict that. Well, I mean,
All the same, a fairly passive turn from Jordan. I mean, obviously he took the Incineroar out, but he's going to get off another Glacial Lance into
the Zama, so
fairly durable sides there.
Yeah.
Like the Farigiraf takes a little bit, but it has the defense boost.
yeah,
so.
two defense boosted mons on the field, so Calyrex not going to be doing a ton.
But no, this is still looking all right for Peter. The Miraidon definitely has the firepower to hurt the Zamazenta quite significantly if it wants to.
Yeah, with his own Life Orb Miraidon, he probably doesn't want to set up Trick Room. So not necessarily anyway.
No.
Zamazenta itself is what's Zama's base speed? 128, right? So it does get
yes.
outsped by Miraidon.
It does.
Yeah.
And I think the Life Orb Electro Drift is enough to. I mean, it's taken a little bit of chips, so maybe it's enough to take it out from here. Definitely if he terrestrializes. Jordan may choose to trick room with his Farigiraf here.
Yeah, of course we've got both teams with their own uber fast mode mons. The bundle on Jordan's side, and
yeah, so he protects.
okay, so that Electro Drift going to be absorbed by the protect.
It's a lot of money.
Ooh, big foul play coming off.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
He doesn't quite have the boost
Yeah.
chilling nades, what it's called, right? Yeah.
Yes,
So
yeah.
he doesn't have that yet. So
You can just call it Moxie, and we'll all know what you're talking about.
sure, the attack boost.
Yeah, yeah,
You know, you want to be proper.
yeah.
But yeah, that means that
Foul-
foul play isn't going to be doing quite as much as perhaps you would have liked. But
Hitting for a Tuco though,
Yeah.
which is very relevant, especially since that last Glacial Lance didn't look like it did enough that another one would KO the Farig. And Zamazenta, of course, threatening wide guard as well, if it was enough.
very true.
But Miraidon still on the field, still threatening. Obviously, Zamazenta is putting on pressure, and Pete's probably going to want to take that out. But if he does target it, that's going to leave the Farigiraf up to potentially get a foul play off.
I would imagine so. Okay, the Calyrex leaves the field.
We saw the Farig outspeed the Calyrex, right, last turn?
I think so. Yeah.
Here's the Sneasler come in,
That's a good call out. Actually, it resists
Yeah.
pretty much everything. That
and it's going to get the
throw out
defense
right now.
boost. Yeah, yeah. There is.
not afraid of foul
It is
play.
pretty weak to, I think, Psychic on the Farig. It has, yeah.
Yeah, but I doubt that Jordan would have called that out.
That's a big
reason
drift,
to.
though.
Wow. Okay.
Big damage. Yeah.
Massive damage, and it's gone.
Yeah, no terror out from Jordan into the dragon to try and resist that.
That ties up the player count.
Yeah, and he did not make a call on the switch, so not going to achieve very much here. Pete very much in the driver's seat, but Jordan does have that terrain boosted, super fast little bundle.
I do believe that the Sneasler might be faster with Unburden.
Yes, it certainly is.
So, Pete, I reckon
He's got double
in
stab.
the double sheet, in the driver's seat to an
Yeah.
extent here, able to pick up knockouts on whatever he likes. He could close combat the Iron Bundle and take advantage of being faster. He could throw chop into the Farigiraf, assuming that he has that. Potentially leaving himself open to an Icy Wind if he goes that route. But
Yeah. Speaking of speed sandwich, suddenly Pete's got both sides on Jordan. Jordan has the ability to set Trick Room if he wants, but that Calyrex going to be the slowest thing on the field if he does. And if
Yeah.
he doesn't, Sneasler's out here. So it's just a matter of if he can do anything about it. Throat chop coming out and not going to
not
be
even
enough to
enough.
pick up with the defense boost.
that is wild
And
to me.
Icy Wind, now the bundle is going to outspeed the Sneasler. Big crit too, that's a lot of damage. Yeah, so that Sneasler is no longer going to be the fastest thing on the field, unless this Electro Drift, yep.
Yeah.
I think, was it
way it's
was it
taking
chipped?
Yes, it was.
It was, so no Sash going to save it. Okay.
That's
It's a lot of damage from an Icy Wind. I've been using Bundle myself today and consistently surprised by how much damage it does.
I think it crit the Sneasler, so
It did, yeah. But there's the Psychic, that's going to
there's
finish
the
it off.
Psychic,
Okay.
that's enough.
So, it was-
Okay.
so that's why he was not worried about doing a single target attack into it. And that's big as well, because dropping the speed in the Miraidon gonna be able to let Jordan bring in his own Miraidon here and have the speed advantage.
to wonder if perhaps
Very
close
low, though.
combat into the bundle might have been the better call in that turn.
Maybe to take it out before it had an opportunity to move, give your Miraidon the chance to
Yeah, definitely.
hit the Farig for free, but maybe he was covering for a potential switch.
It's possible.
Yeah.
So Jordan's side is very, very low on the HP front now, and
Miraidon?
I feel like Peter's Miraidon might be able to take a couple of hits and pull out the rest of the game, but it is dropped by the Icy Wind now, so
It is. It's
I think a call has to be made on Peter's side.
yeah, Jordan with the very low HP values, but Jordan's Miraidon can pick up Pete's, and that Farig, the foul play, as we know, can pick up the Calyrex from this HP. So he has the pressure advantage. Pete maybe gonna have to make a call. Let's see if he called right. Draco gonna pick it
That's
up.
enough.
Yep.
But now he has to fear the foul play.
Yes.
Is it enough?
Is that died a life orb? No, it lived, didn't it? Just barely. Foul play. Gonna finish it off. All right.
Wow, okay.
So that is game 1 to Jordan.
Well played on both sides, I reckon.
And of course, this is a... we didn't see it on stream, but during the Cup, this was a matchup that has already been played out, and Jordan did win it. I don't know how close it was or whether it was 3 games, but they're both coming back into this with some experience in the matchup already.
Yeah.
So they're oiled up and ready to roll.
Oh wow!
In this match.
So
the wheels are greased.
Yeah, if I know anything about Pete and the kind of player he is, he's going to be pulling every possible lever he can to try and find his way to an advantage.
Oops, someone's disconnected.
Are we only playing best of 1 in this?
Oh,
in this
true.
Challenge?
That's a good point. The challenge is best of 1. So
no best of 3.
Yeah.
Never mind everyone.
So that's it. Jordan takes that win.
Absolutely. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Coming out to a pretty commanding start here.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And who won out of you two, Rob? And Robert beating who else was playing?
Aaron, I believe.
Yeah, Aaron's playing. Robert beating Aaron, so that's going to be Jordan and Robert in the 1-0 table now.
Yes, and those are 2 teams that we have seen.
Yeah, Pete not going to be too happy about this. Of course, wanting to pick up a win here today to fill out his challenge BFL. Only 10 CP away from that Ace Trainer card apparently.
Really?
Yeah, this season. So looking to pick that up. It's a nice little collectible.
Wish him luck there. Jordan versus Robert. That's going to be a very similar matchup to your match against.
Yeah, of course he's running. he's got pretty similar. We've got some mons in common, but he's running very different sets on all of them.
Yeah, definitely.
Notably as well, he's got the Encore on bundle, which is pretty funky. It's cool tech. I'm only running the Hydro Pump on mine because I really needed a more reliable way to hit Incineroars, but any
reliable.
Yeah. Look, thank you, Aaron. Thanks again to Diablos for providing our hosting space, being very cool with us doing our little stream setups, and
it's a fantastic place.
Yeah, to Robeson with the stream setup and with the judging, and to Aaron for making all of this happen.
Facilitating everything here. It's
so
great to have the opportunity to commentate.
Yeah.
And great to watch some good matches played by some of my best friends.
We're going to crack a pack with no camera live on stream?
You can listen to the crinkles and imagine.
That's just unnecessary. Don't need to be gross about it. We have a Soul Rock, Premium Power Pro, Ends Reshiram. Ooh, Mystery Garden, that's playable.
Is it?
Yo, I got a Mega Lati RCX.
Oh, we're doing an unboxing.
Yeah.
Alright, we're gonna shut down the mic very, very quickly while we set up round 2. Maybe we'll tell you what cards we got afterwards.
Yeah, we'll see you back in a sec.
Alright, we are back. That did not take long at all. We are watching Aaron versus Pete, the losers bracket, but this is a matchup that we have not been privy to so far. It's going to be interesting to see how this comes together. I feel like Aaron does have a slight edge in the matchup with the Rillaboom, and all of the firepower into that Calyrex is going to really put it on the back foot, I feel.
Yeah, we've got the surprise bottom table matchup this time, but excited to see a little more out of both of these teams. Actually, I think they're both pretty creative teams.
The Sneasler in particular looks quite good into Aaron's side. I feel like the Ditto could be a good call out here, but there's a lot of back and forth in this matchup, I feel. Aaron's Lunala in particular is just doing the things that Lunala does and just never dying.
I see Chestnuts in the chat. How you going, man? Greg, how you been? How is everybody? Hope you're having a nice day.
Good of you to join us. Ocha Drop Gang. Alright, we are locked in.
Aaron, of course, using his team from last year's Melbourne as well.
That's so.
Yes, similar to me, not really been playing any Reg I, and it's been dusting off the rust, or whatever the saying is.
Shaking off the rust? Shaking.
Something like that.
I feel like he's shaking it.
Yeah, but he's got his terrain setter in this terrain matchup. Unfortunately, not going to stop the Unburden from going off. All Sneasler needs is just like one opportunity for the item to pro it. So cancelling the terrain is going to be nice into the Miraidon, but Sneasler is still getting that speed boost, and importantly, having a really nice type matchup into both of these lead mons here.
It's like, good, yeah.
It's not a speed booster on the Roaring Moon. It's a covert cloak. So it is going to be.
There is no fake out on this Sneasler. So.
Yeah. Doesn't have to fear the Diaclaw status, but isn't going to be able to have the speed to outpace either of these mons.
No. I mean, the good thing about Unburdened Sneasler is it can functionally ignore the tailwind that could be coming out from the Roaring Moon right now.
Essentially, yeah.
And with the fake out pressure from this Incineroar coming in.
There we go. Rillaboom taking a fake out into the Sneasler itself, and that's going to be pretty important. And Moon is going to go for that tailwind. Both of Aaron's mons here though, attacks dropped in a little bit of a lower pressure situation. Pete's got his own inset on the field with fake out active. Should he want to go for that?
Just firing off a Dark Claw, trying his luck.
Yeah. And
I don't see the Rillaboom staying in on this turn. We do have to remember that it has high horsepower, so we could go for that.
It does. It's the Terra Ground high horsepower Rillaboom, which is very spicy.
Yeah.
He's going to be switching it out himself to try and preserve that terrain setter as a gotcha for the Miraidon later in the match, presumably. Miraidon probably a pretty good switch in here. Doesn't resist Sneasler's moves, but does isn't threatened by a one shot.
Assuming no RNG from the incoming Diaclaw.
Oh, and it's
breaking swipe.
Missed. And Pete misses the covert cloak on the team sheet there, so fake out not going to be doing anything. Breaking swipe coming out, having an attack drop into Pete's side.
Lens.
Oh, that's big.
That is huge.
That's the downside of having the grassy terrain over the electric, is you are vulnerable to that. So that is a big swing in Pete's favor there. Aaron, of course,
definitely he was
doing his own here to hold off that pressure with the breaking swipe is pretty nice here, and I believe it depends on the Sneasler's speed tier, but Roaring Moon might outspeed it now that Tailwind is up. They've got similar base speed stats.
And now that the sun is active, he has the photosynthesis. So.
True. That's a good point. So it is definitely going to outspeed the Sneasler now.
I think so.
With Tailwind and Proto.
If this Sneasler chooses to attack this turn, it's going to be a +2 if he clicks Breaking Swipe. So not a lot of damage coming out here.
Taunt into the Insin.
Yeah. So Aaron similarly missing, but
this is Assault Vest. Yep. So no parting shot going to be threatened regardless. Low kick going to do
respectable damage, to be honest.
Respectable given -1. Yeah. Of course, this Roaring Moon not carrying the acrobatics that is pretty common for the Roaring Moon, so can't immediately threaten the Sneasler with a KO. Does have knockoff. It's knockoff, breaking swipe, taunt, tailwind. So can knock off the life orb if he so wishes, which gives gives him another little damage reduction. But the sleep on that Koraidon, so impactful. Yeah,
especially if it stays asleep for a few more turns.
Yeah.
I think it's burnt its one guaranteed turn now, so it could just wake up and take a knockout this turn.
It could. It's possible. Yeah. Honestly, God bless champions for nerfing sleep so that it's only 1 or 2 turns.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a change that we're all very happy to see, I think. But Aaron bringing his Rillaboom back in to reset the terrain, and
switching
away
in time,
switching it out. Yeah,
playing the
yeah.
terrain game, and
Yeah.
just making sure that he'll be able to keep his electric terrain into the Coridon stays asleep, and the Sneasler takes full advantage and is gone.
Yeah. So that's unfortunate, but that's the game you play with Diaclaw.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's
That's another good change the champion brought for us, is that it is no longer a 50% chance to activate.
yeah, certainly. You're saying that most of these Sneaslers run Gunk Shot, but this one's still on the Diaclaw, even
Yeah,
despite...
absolutely.
Yeah, it does...
It's a good way to get
Yeah.
around the presence of Rillaboom
Yeah.
on a Miraidon build, I feel.
Yeah, it doesn't have the doesn't have the raw power of Gunk Shot, but also it does have the consistency, which is
It's a
pretty
good way
nice.
to punish grassy terrain.
It is, and not having to worry about missing is also so nice.
Okay, Aaron has the fake out initiative here.
And he's going to Terra. This is Aaron's idea, or is that Pete? Yes, it is. He's
Yes,
going for the
so-
Terra Fairy.
Terra Fairy. So that's good for the low kick.
Yeah.
The Sneasler is still a +1. It could be a +2 if he chooses to breaking swipe here.
-1, you mean? Yeah. Attack.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize the Tailwind had run out. That's back up again.
There we go.
What's the instinct going to do?
It's going to
Just
U-turn out.
U-turning.
Not going to do very much.
Good
so
call out with the Fairy Terror.
yeah. Sneasler getting faked out, so not going to see anything from it this turn. Fairy Terror could have blocked a big low kick, but
Yes.
now it's a little bit weak to the Diaclaw.
You see the Calyrex hit the field.
Yeah, but of course Sneasler is going to be weak to the high horsepower. Should Aaron want to go for that?
Is and
Horsepower
the
also
Calyrex
being
is very vulnerable to a knockoff if Aaron chooses to go for that
Yeah,
in this
three
turn
of-
as well.
yeah, all three of Pete's Mons weak to ground here. So that
Yeah.
high horsepower very nice to have, but of course
Not
both
the
of the
strongest
Mons.
attack is coverage.
Yeah, all three of those Mons do also threaten Rillaboom for super effective damage themselves.
They
so
do.
it is a little bit, and one of them is Incineroar. So
Peter committing to the Calyrex here by
Yeah.
getting his attack drops on both sides. I don't
is-
anticipate a lot of damage coming out, even with this knockoff.
yeah, that is the standard
Less than
Clamulet
half.
Calyrex. Yeah.
Yes, it
Oh,
is.
it's gone now though, so it can
Remember
be
that.
broken out, but there's a high horsepower
Yeah.
and just nothing
Just
into that
25%.
Incineroar. And this, I imagine, is going to be 100%
Ouch.
of both Mons. Yep. That's
Wow,
That's,
that's
a,
a big
That's a very
swing.
rough. That's a very rough
Paid
attack
off.
to take. Yeah.
He hasn't revealed his last Pokemon yet, but we're going to find out very, very soon what it is.
Yeah. Aaron hasn't. That's true. That's 3 Mons fully down now.
I would
so.
imagine the Lunala, but I mean, Lunala is Lunala, but at
I
the
think
same
he is running
time,
Lunala, isn't he?
Yeah, at the same time,
He didn't bring it once against
Yeah.
me, so I just
It's
didn't.
Chi-Yu. Now this,
Ooh.
I don't anticipate may be able to 1v4.
Scarf Chi-Yu with Tailwind. He's very fast.
He is.
The sun up anymore? It's not, is it?
I don't believe so. I might have run out this very turn.
Oh, fake out active. Terra burn, so he can't Terra Ghost to dodge that. Pete, not even gonna bother to Terra Water. It's just saying, no,
No need.
You're not a threat this turn anyway. High horsepower gonna take it out,
And
so
that's the game.
that seals it up.
Wow.
Relatively quick
Yeah.
one there, but really showing off the efficacy of that Sneasler in this build.
Yeah, that Diaclaw was a
Yeah.
huge swing for Peter.
Still no Ditto. I want to see that.
Yeah,
Show us the Ditto.
I wonder what the use case is for it, because it could have been useful in this game, but at
Yeah.
the same time,
Copying, well, we've got both the Calyrexes in the meta, and those are both very powerful
Yeah.
setup sweepers.
get the Scarf Calyrex
So,
Shadow Rider, for instance.
Yeah. What is the Ditto set? Is it a
It's just Scarf, right?
Scarf Ditto? Yeah. So that's
Imposter Transform.
yeah, that's a pretty nice a pretty nice switch into like an opposing Cali Shadow that's taken a boost or two. Yeah. Yeah.
I forgot we need the microphone.
Oh, okay. Just doing that. Turn off the mic.
Yeah, I think so.
Righto. All right.
Alright, we will be
we have
Back shortly. Are we having a third round here?
yeah.
I
We've
believe
got 3
so.
rounds still. We got Jordan and Robert still playing it out.
Yes.
So Gonna
The
wait.
winner of those two will play Peter, I'm assuming.
Yeah,
Yes.
that sounds like it's probably going to be the stream match. It's going to be the Peach show now.
The Peach show, we
Yeah.
love this.
Yeah. got to give someone else the spotlight. I was blessed to have the stream following my journey through the cup. Kept
What a journey it was.
kept the adrenaline up, which was probably relevant. 'Cause turns out I forgot to take my ADHD meds today, so
That can be a superpower in and of itself.
yeah, maybe I just shouldn't take them for these.
Yeah.
Like turns out I just didn't need it.
The hyper focus.
Yeah, I don't know. more data needed. Anyway, thanks very much for watching. We'll be back shortly.
Absolutely. Stay tuned. All right, we are
And
back,
we're
friends.
back. Hello, everybody. We've got our final round of the challenge. It's going to be Pete the Meat Vals versus Robert Chan. We've got the Groudon team back on stream.
Hello.
Anyway, I was telling you about early Simpsons seasons.
Yes.
So it's it started out as like a really counterculture sort of subversive show, right?
Yeah. Always a good thing.
Like it was picked up by Fox Network from like an underground cartoon sort of channel, right? So like it was really rough. Like early season, the animation is really rough. And it's a lot more like edgy and subversive, and like seasons sort of 3 through 6 are when it's like absolute total peak, like absolutely hits its stride.
So 1 and 2 are just kind of.
They're still worth watching.
Okay.
They've got some absolute gems. It's just a lot rougher around the edges.
Yeah, they're finding their feet in the animation style, right?
Yeah. Season 3 through 7, like are just the absolute like peak shit. Like every episode is a banger. And then like the best episode ever is in I believe season 7, maybe season 8. I don't know. I'll tell you about it later because we're into team preview.
Yeah, we should like focus on the task at hand. I mean, I'm sure that the audience would love your recommendations for Simpsons as well.
Yeah, I specifically requested that Robert bring his Volcarona to this matchup, set up a bunch with Quiver Dance so that Pete can then copy it with the Ditto and Sweep. So we'll see if he follows that recommendation, and we'll see if Pete picks up on that or not.
He may well. I mean,
trying to speak with my voice a little bit lower so that they can't hear my calls. I could.
The Groudon is very, very strong here, but the Sneasler is equally quite strong into Robert. So it seems like Peter is bringing that.
We haven't seen the Urshifu from Pete's team, have we?
No, I'm not even sure which form it is, to be honest. It looks like it might be dark.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the sheets, so like.
Yeah, maybe I should have a look.
bring it up. But in the meantime, here we do have the Volcarona on lead as well.
That is good news.
Sick to see. So this is a Quiver Dance Volcarona, but I do not remember what the other 3 moves on it are. And Pete just leading off with both of his big boys.
Protect and stab, maybe Giga Drain.
So massive damage at an intimidating speed tier from the Miraidon.
Yeah, this
and
does feel like
massive damage with intimidating bulk from the Calyrex. Although Fake Out on the field, able to stop either, and Volcarona not too bad into that Calyrex. Of course, Terra is available, and Terra Water, I believe it was in that Calyrex.
I think so, yeah.
So yeah. So unless it's a Giga Drain on the Volcarona, which I didn't think it was, and regardless, wouldn't do much damage before it gets set up anyway. So
no, but it does seem like a fairly safe setup off the bat for Robert here.
Pressure.
You can just fake out the Miraidon and click it.
Pressure definitely on Pete's side though. I think in this matchup, and we do see the Terra, probably something that Robert's going to be happy to see with presumably his own Miraidon in the back, having a Terra Water out.
Oh, Robert Chen just letting the Volcarona cop that hit there.
Just let it take it.
In exchange
Fiery
for a Fire
Dance
that does not
into
seem
the
like
Terra.
a big call to me. He might get the boost, but yeah.
And Party Shot into the Clear Amulet.
Robert.
Maybe not.
What is
maybe
going
not
on
reading
there?
maybe not reading the team sheets there. He's laughing. Says that he's throwing. What are you doing, man? Come on. It's been a long day.
It has been a long
Let's be fair.
day.
Yeah, this is my break time from using my brain. I'm here on the stream. But yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate turn 1 there. Surprised no Fake Out, but I suppose it's fair enough to attempt to predict that Pete might see that coming. But Miraidon not really threatened by damage from the Volcarona particularly, so pretty safe for him to just leave it in. But of course, Calyrex does have that Terra down, so between the two restricteds on Robert's side, he does have the right types. He's got Ground to hit into the Groudon to hit into the Miraidon, and presuming Miraidon's in the back, he's got Electric to hit into the now Terra'd Calyrex. But yeah, Incin gone. got nothing out of that at
Not
all.
really.
And
Ooh, and that
Glacial
grab
Lance
came in on that. Ouch.
Oh,
Oh, big hit.
my
My
goodness.
lord.
Oh, he's lucky that there wasn't any attack boosts on that Calyrex. My goodness.
I wonder if Peter's going to commit to a Draco Meteor.
Yeah,
to
of
just
course.
Hit that
That's-
last little bit of HP on the Groudon.
Yeah.
The Calyrex fairly vulnerable to the Miraidon right now that it's hit the Terra Water, but still.
Surprising that he saved the Volcarona. Although
Yeah.
in switching it out, he did deprive the Calyrex
A boost.
a boost.
True, but he has conceded a lot of ground in other respects. So
Yeah, has he got lines?
yeah, does he have what it takes to
He
pull out the rest
doesn't.
of this?
With the downside of that AV Miraidon, as I'm very familiar, is that no protect. So fake out pressure can be a killer if you're not in the driver's seat.
Absolutely.
And Groudon though has the clear amulet and has the protect, so pretty good into that Incin. But we're gonna see a Terra from the Miraidon. Wants to see if he can. Pete is gonna commit to that Draco to take out the Groudon.
It connects.
probably a
and the
valid-
Groudon is gone.
Probably a valid choice given he's got 2 Mons in the back available to switch into, so he can reset that special attack drop. And there's a Draco of Robert's own taking out the
Not to go after the
Miraidon.
Calyrex.
Yeah, well, it's not boosted, and this is a bulky Miraidon,
All the
so
same, he's now caught on the field at -2,
with no
and he's had
protect,
to cop that
with
glacial lance.
yeah,
so
with
I
no
don't
protect
know
from the
that-
fake out. Yeah,
I don't know that was the call.
if not for this, I mean, what was though? Like, there's not.
Yeah, just a little too far
There's
behind.
not
his
really
spot.
many options.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got the Volcarona, which cannot threaten the Calyrex at this point. It is a parabolic charge Miraidon, so maybe he could have done that in the previous turn, but that wouldn't have been enough to knock out the Calyrex. So yeah, I think taking out the Calyrex might have been the play, because then and we
that's
see
just
the
a forfeit.
cancellation. Yeah. Unfortunate game. Unfortunate game.
That's all right.
But
There were definitely lines there, but I think
Yes.
that Robert might have
Yeah.
just been a bit tired.
Yeah. But that's going to leave Pete at 2-1 now, and looking to if he wants to pull out the win from this challenge, he's going to need Jordan to lose against Aaron now, because Jordan is 2-0.
Yeah.
So if he wins this, then he takes it out. And if not, well then Pete's going to have to come to our Melbourne weekend challenge and take that out if he wants to improve his BFL enough to get that Ace Trainer card. But we will be back once the other match is finished against Jordan and Aaron. Maybe with a little winners interview, maybe not.
Yeah.
Either way, we'll be back to sign off. But
Let you know how it went.
yeah, for those of you here right now, thank you very much for watching today. It has been a pleasure.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun bringing these small tournaments to you, and just like getting to see some good games.
Yeah.
Like as much as we joke about Scarlet Violet not having a lot of life left in it, it's still entertaining.
It is.
Yeah.
As I mean, both of us have taken pretty extended breaks from Scarlet
We
Violet at
have.
this point. Yeah.
It's more fun to watch than it is to play. I'll say that.
Yeah. I've actually been really enjoying jumping back into it. Like, as much as as much as it's like such a drag that Scarlet and Violet has stuck around for so long, and that we haven't really rehashing the formats is made it feel a little bit stale. It has been fun to get back into it. I hope everybody in Melbourne has a good time with it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I guess it just same as any format, depends what you play, right? So,
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the ones in the format as well. If it gets too stale, then things get a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, to watch high level play on a turn-to-turn basis is always a privilege.
For sure.
So, Thank you for joining us and making this fun for everybody.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah. All right, we will be back in a little while, potentially with the winners interview, but we will let you know what happened.
Have a good one. And
I
we're
see who's
back.
watching.
Sorry, you do? Or
No,
don't?
where's the chat?
The chat is on my phone. I'll bring it up. We're live, by the way.
Yeah.
How we doing, everybody? We're back with Pete, who, according to our printout, won the tournament. Turns out Jordan wasn't 3-0. He won his match, but he was 2-1, leading to a 3-way tie at 2-1 with identical resistance and opponent's resistance. I don't know. I can't see who's in the chat, but here's recent. But we're here with Pete. So, how you doing, man? How you feeling?
I'm tired. No,
Hi, Tired. I'm Jared.
Hi, Jared. Yeah, so I think, as you were saying last time, this ordering doesn't technically necessarily matter
Yeah.
for determining points.
Yeah, you'll have
So,
to actually check the.
We don't know if I won. Who knows? But
But you win the store credit,
thank you.
and like that is truly the important thing.
Okay, I won money. I'm happy now.
Yeah, man.
It was all worth it.
Come down to Diablo's events, guys. It's free entry, and if you're in the if you finish in the money, you win like money for the bar, which like we've all spent on food, which is great.
I think I got $50 today.
Yeah.
$10 in the challenge and $40 in the cup. So
Yeah, man.
you can just pay for your lunch and come play.
It's pretty good. Yeah, this is a good place.
Shame it's in Armadale, but
Yeah, where's Jamie when you need him, huh? He lives walking distance from here, but he's
I
not
think
coming
Tim
down to
lives
these.
walking distance as well.
Does he?
Oh, he's I don't know if he walks, but he's pretty close.
Okay. Okay.
Well, actually, he probably doesn't walk if he knows what's good for him.
So how you feel about the team?
I was using Kuro's team from Worlds last year. It's fun. Didn't actually get to utilize Ditto at all, which is a shame.
We were waiting for it.
It's there
right?
for CSR and Zama.
Yeah.
I think there was one Zama.
One Zama, which was Jordan's, and no CSR.
But
Yeah.
Ditto was pretty bad into that anyway. So yeah, I didn't get an opportunity to.
Yeah. Scarf Zamazenta crowned is a very funny.
Yeah, well, it's great. You get another Dauntless.
Yeah, you get another defense
You get
boost,
another
that's
Dauntless,
true.
and then you two
Yeah.
shot at the opposing Zamazenta.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
Yeah, so that's why it's
That's
there.
true, I like that.
And it's also good for CSR because you copy Grimnays as well, and of course you're faster than said Calyrex, so then you just
Yeah.
blow it up.
Yeah.
In theory, but I didn't see there was no Calyrexes, one Zamazenta.
Yeah. We didn't have any CSR yesterday at Rocco either.
The world is healing.
Yeah.
Truly.
Hell yeah. Yeah. No CSR Zama. Robert was running that, but he switched to the far more fun Groudon Miraidon, which Alistair built for him, and I'm feeling very chuffed that one time Perth regional champion Alistair building the AV parabolic charge Miraidon set that I've been running.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool to see.
Yeah, it's frustrating to play against. Luckily, Life Orb Draco just kind of does its thing. You're not Terra Fairy on that, so you can't Terra out of the problem. So it happens to be pretty good for me to match up into.
If you didn't have a 2-mon advantage on that last turn of the game, it might have been an issue locking into Draco. But like you've got 2 mons to switch into, and his last Miraidon can't protect from your fake out. So
yeah, well that's why I went for that play. Otherwise, I'd have to Draco the Miraidon, and then try and get that last chip on ground right at the end. But yeah, it was a good fun day.
yeah, man. Thanks for coming down. It's good to have you. And thanks very much to everybody who tuned in today. It's been a pleasure. We hope to see you for future streams.
We'll be champions.
Yeah,
soon.
it'll be champions. This is I don't know if this is the last Scarlet Violet local that we're doing, because like it's locals is
You said that about the last one.
yeah, officially locals are meant to be Scarlet Violet until the end of the season.
I can check. Hang on.
Yeah,
I think I have it up still.
yeah. But regardless,
Second.
truly is the last hurrah. We've been bitching about Scarlet and Violet for the longest time, but now that it's on the way out, does it feel a little wistful?
No. Good riddance.
No. All right.
I think it just because we're ending on Reg I. I wanna be
again,
done.
right? Yeah.
I'm sick of this shit.
In before champions immediately imports restricteds.
Yes, it's gonna be Series 13 all over again.
Yes. Oh, that's fun though. With the mythicals, Dynamax Magiana. That was the shit.
Mega Magiana. That would be cool.
Oh shit.
Mega
I mean, when-
Magiana with double Soul Heart. It gets +2. It actually gets an Omni boost for every for every turn on the field.
Not even for every KO, it's an Omni boost for every turn on the field that it
every
is.
turn.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I'm looking forward to it.
So we still don't know the ability for that, do we?
We have a challenge next weekend.
Yep,
at
on
Kennington,
Melbourne weekend, yeah.
and a challenge at Morley
Sweet.
a bit later.
Yeah.
But yeah, because it's a 3-way tie, if I don't get points here on the the 67% chance,
Yep.
I have to go play again. Yippee!
Yeah. See you at Cannington.
Oh fuck you.
Thanks
You gotta
for
play for the fun of the game.
No, I don't actually.
Yeah.
I could have fun doing literally anything else.
It's alright, just rock up, convince everybody else to forfeit, and then you get the
No.
win and we can all play champions.
To be fair, it would probably be funnier because this happened to Alfie last year, right? He rocked up to the last
Yeah,
one.
that's right.
Needed like a point,
Yeah.
and then didn't get it. I think it would be funny if it happened.
Drax gate captive of all people.
That was so
Yeah,
funny.
that was Drax rocked up, played Alfie in round 1, beat him, and then dipped.
Just dropped and
Yeah.
rated his
Yeah.
res.
That was the funniest.
I think
shit.
it would be funny. Man. I'll take the fall, guys. Don't worry.
It's funny.
All right. Well, I think we're going to sign off the stream. Thanks very much, everybody who tuned in. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you for another one. Thanks to Aaron for organizing, and to Diablo's Vault in Armadale for being our gracious hosts. Hope to see some of you here in the future.
Bye bye.
Bye, friends.